Hello and welcome back to the 2021 World Championships here live from Abu Dhabi. The IMMAF are back and we start today with the women's female straw weights. 52.2 kilograms or 115 pounds. In the blue corner, Martina from Italy. And her opponent in the red corner, Shakembay from Kazakhstan. Welcome if you're watching on IMMAF.tv. You're tuned into the World Championships 2021 Abu Dhabi. IMMAF. And we're underway here for three-minute rounds. Under the amateur rule set, no knees to the head, no elbows. Also, no kicks to the knee. So you can't come downward like a crescent kick on top of the knee and hyperextend it. Karani looking for a way in here. Trying to land that power right hand. Now initiates the clinch. Shakembay on the outside now. Double underhooks for Shakembay. Shakembay on the outside with some nice pressure. She's lost the double underhooks, however. She's going to have to try and re-pummel that left arm. She could reach round here and block the arm with her free hand. There we go. She's going to use the free hand to punch. Interesting position up against the cage, and she's using forward pressure as well to further block the arm. Karani from here, looking to turn her opponent against the cage, using some knees to distract, gets taken down, however. Shakembay in the top position. Overhook for Karani. She could set up the triangle from this position here. She can force the left arm through of Shakembay. Karani using the hammer fist there to try and distract, because she wants to push that left arm through and then clasp the neck with her right leg. Shakembay utilising the cage here to try and stifle the movement of Karani. And here's Karani now looking for the triangle. She can clear that underhook. She could potentially take the back here. First round of the first fight here for the IMMAF 2021 World Championships. Thank you for joining us on IMMAF.tv. Our first matchup of the day at Cage 2. I'm Dean Midhat. Thank you for joining us. The strawweights battling it out. Karani in the blue and Shakembay in the red. Stay tuned for round 2. Round 2. Karani from Italy in the blue corner and Shakembay from Kazakhstan in the red. Let's see if now Karani can start to utilise footwork on the outside, particularly lateral movement and circular motion to avoid the takedown attempts. She's got to be careful about kicking and stepping forward, however. Mergenbay could try and time that, catch the leg, and turn it into a takedown. Already looking for the shot now, gets the takedown, beautiful work. Taking the back now, both hooks in. She's got to try and free the left arm to sneak underneath the neck, however. It's possible to choke with the right arm, but more viable with the left arm that's currently under the armpit of her opponent. And now she secures her to the danger side here. Now she has the opportunity to choke more advantageously with the right hand. If you want to try and pull your opponent to the side of the top, the choking arm, which is on the top of the neck. On the flip side of that, Mergenbay wants to go to the opposite side of the choking arm, put the small of her back on the inside of her opponent's leg, like she wants to kind of lay flat backed and put hips to the sky, and then try and turn into her opponent. Karani might opt to take the mount here. Nope, she follows her opponent beautifully. This is the opportunity of the hooks. When your opponent turns, you can follow them. But there's the mount from Karate. Great work from Karate to have positional awareness now. She's got to be careful about slipping off the back there. She's going for an armbar, but if this doesn't come to fruit, she's going to end up in the bottom position. Interesting to see Mergenbay pull this one back on the feet. Could be that she wants to play a game of catch-up here and secure a takedown to get in the top position. Oh, beautiful level change under the right hand. Already immediately looking to pass guard. She's going to try and get that right leg through.
And over on cage one, your winner by round 2 armbar.
She's going to try and pull this towards the mount here. Head's trapped. Very difficult to finish the guillotine when somebody mounts you. There is an opportunity potentially to sweep for Mergenbay, but Karate's going to stay strong towards the end of the round. What a great round for the Italian. Let's see if she can keep up that momentum into the 3rd round.
And now making their way to cage 1 in the blue corner, representing Sweden, Yusufjon. And her opponents in the red corner, representing Finland, Jana and IMMAF.
Third and final round. Karate from Italy in the blue, her opponent Mergenbay from Kazakhstan in the red. We saw a great round in round 2 from the Italian. She was able to establish the top position. She switched between the back and the mount. She went for the armbar and then lost the position. So if she can get there again, let's see if she tries to maintain that position. As the time runs out though towards the end of the round, potentially she might look to go for the submission, but it's not worth jumping off, particularly for the armbar from the back and accepting the bottom position when you work so hard to get the top position. Karate trying to draw her opponent in here. She's looking for that level change. She's waiting for Mergenbay to throw a decisive shot so she can duck under. Oh, nice straight left from Shakembay. Certainly got some great footwork and a good targeting system coming out southpaw as well. So Karate's got to make sure that she circles to the outside foot, so towards her left. Nice clinch for Karate up against the cage. Karate's going to try and jump the back. She needs to make sure that she maintains a top position. She tried to jump the back a little bit too early on, particularly with the cage there as well, makes it very difficult. If she can't escape this position, this could end up in her giving away this round. She can clear the arm, however, the right arm of her opponent. She's going to be able to take the back. So she's going to try and pull her head away from that grip, the headlock position, and she can further expose the back. She could do that by framing on the face of her opponent. Referee asking for some more action here. And there's the back take, beautiful work from Karate from Italy, reading the situation perfectly. Karate now is going to try and flatten out her opponent because of the affordance for chokes as well as ground and pound. She's right in her corner as well, so she's able to receive instruction and adjust to what the coaches see on the outside. Oh, beautiful sweep from Shakembay. Shakembay's got some work to do here. She's got to actively try and pass the guard or land decisive shots. It could come down to this third round. You could potentially argue that it's one apiece. Oh, and here's the rear naked choke. That looks like it's deep, even though she doesn't have both the hooks. That's right underneath the neck, and she has the figure four locked. This looks really tight here. Oh, the bell. Karate makes it out of the third round. Be interesting to see what the judges have for this third round. It's a really close fight. Could be one apiece. Going into the third could be anyone's win. Stay tuned for the official result here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships live from Abu Dhabi. We will be back shortly with the official decision.
And over on cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner from Kazakhstan, Shakembay.
And over at cage number 4, this fight ends as a unanimous decision.
Well, the old saying goes, don't leave it to the judges. Really weird decision, unanimous to the red. But nonetheless, we see Kazakhstan move forward in the competition.
And making her way to cage number 4 in the blue corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Beatrice Consuli Dines. And her opponent in the red corner, representing Ireland, Sarah Karani.
And now making her way to cage 2 in the blue corner representing Finland, Jana Horto. And her opponent in the red corner representing RMMAU, Vera Booga.
Women's atom weights now, 47.6 kilograms, 105 pounds. First in the blue corner, we had Jenna Horto from Finland. Her opponent, currently making her way into the cage, Vera Booga from the IMMAF. Quarterfinal day today, which means anyone who wins is guaranteed a medal, either the bronze, silver, or gold. We're underway. 3 3-minute rounds. Horto has some good striking, some elusive movement. She's got great jiu-jitsu as well, but she's been working on her Muay Thai. As you can see here, she's using the kicks early on. Lifts up the legs beautifully to check. If Booga can try and fake the teep like a tie hop, lift the leg up, you can see Horto is dropping that lead hand to catch the kick. If she can fake the kick and then come over the top with either an overhand right potentially, she could have some success there. She's faking. She's got to commit a little bit more to that fake to promote the left hand to come down from Horto. These atom weights so far taking their place in the striking room. As of yet, not seen any takedown attempts. Nice Superman punch from Horto. Horto storming forward with a barrage of punches, again trying to set it up with the Superman position. Horto opting to go to the body. Booga still on the outside. Looked like Horto was trying to catch the kick there to turn it into a takedown. Nice jab from Booga. There was the takedown attempt. Horto just struggling to control Booga. This is a battle of control here on the inside from double underhooks. Oh, nice separation, striking from Booga. Stiff jab from Booga, finds the mark beautifully. Oi, beautiful teep. Double right hand from Booga. Nice teep again, beautiful work. She did a great job of firing that teep straight down the line. Not often you see the teep in mixed martial arts for fear of the leg being caught and turned into a takedown, but as of yet, Horto has not threatened that. Let's see if she makes that adjustment coming into the second round. Second round, atom weights. Horto from Finland in the blue corner, and Booga from the IMMAF in the red. We saw some exceptional teeps, the rear teep in particular, from Booga. Horto could look to catch that and threaten the takedown to try and deter Booga from throwing that teep. Oh, nice right hand from Booga. Booga with some nice lateral movement. That was the key there, the angle for Booga. She stepped off to her right side, whereas Horto tends to come forward. She's got nice forward pressure. But she's, oh, beautiful body kick. And she does well when she comes forward, but she tends to take more damage than is necessary, as you can see here from the straight right hand from Booga. Level change into a single. Nice knee from Booga. Booga's got to drag those arms down now and try and pummel. Double unhooks here for Horto. Booga did a good job of keeping the weight downward, using the cage to sink her weight into, but she's got to try and pummel the arms on the inside. At this point in time, she's just being heavy. Referee asking for some more action. There's the outside trip. Horto could go for the inside and the outside trips here. She can go belly to belly suplex as well. The more varied in her attacks, the more the avenue will present itself. The referee might separate them from this position here, and it would be a dying shame because she's got double underhook. She's in a dominant position up against the cage. Oh, nice right hand low kick from Booga. She's found her rhythm now. More importantly, she's found her range. You can see here, even after she lands the teep, she feels that she's a little bit too close and she backs off.
And overall cage one, your winner by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing Sweden, Yusufjon.
Using that jab now as a distraction and a measuring stick. Hey, nice right hand from Jenna. And again at the belt. Jenna's finding a home for that right hand, and she was great at closing the distance to try and stay away from that big teep from Booga.
Making her way to cage number 3 in the blue corner, representing Ireland, Eva Cruz. And her opponent in the red corner, representing Norway, Victoria Paulsen.
And making their way towards cage 1 in the blue corner, representing Finland, Sonja Puijalainen. And her opponent in the red corner, representing Poland, Paulina Wisniewska.
Third final round here, the female atomweights. Horto from Finland in the blue and Booga from the RMMAU in the red. Nice right hand. Booga again looking for the teep. Booga just a little bit more comfortable with her range here. She's keeping Horto at the end of the punches, the end of the kicks, which gives her an ample opportunity to move out the way of the counter shots of Horto. Oi, nice left hand. Nice left hook again. Horto can throw in some level changes here to pull the hands down. She can have more success with that left hook. As you can see there, immediately as soon as she goes for the leg, the hands drop from Booga. He's going to the body, which is nice as well. Straight right from Booga, finding its mark. Booga circling out of danger here. Going the correct way to the outside of the lead leg as well. Oh, little slip there. Horto with some nice forward pressure. She's going to use the cage now to her advantage. She can pull the hips away. Nice work from Horto. Great utilization of the cage. Nice punches from Horto. She's got to keep heavy here. Use the strikes to try and get that head free and then try and pass into side control. She might skip the mount here as well. She could expose the back potentially. 10 seconds left here. Finishing strong is Horto. Booga trying to defend the back position now. Great work from Horto to put a stamp on the end of that round, but we'll go to a judge's scorecard to determine the winner and who moves on. Stay tuned for the official IMMAF result.
And over on cage 2, your winner by split decision. In the blue corner from Finland, Jana Horto.
And over at cage number 4, this fight ends as a unanimous decision in favor of the blue corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Beatriz Consuli-Diniz.
And now making their way over to cage 2. In the blue corner representing RMMAU, Jana Markova. And her opponent in the red corner representing Puerto Rico, Jenna Ramos.
And making her way to cage number 4 in the blue corner, representing Estonia, Sengia Grabova. And her opponent in the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Alexandra Martina.
Female atom weights now at 47.6 kilograms or 105 pounds. First, we welcome Jana Markova from our MMAU in the blue corner. And making her way into the cage, her opponent, Enzita Ramos from Puerto Rico. Women's atomweights, Jana Markova and Enzita Ramos. Markova from the RMMAU, Ramos from Puerto Rico. Nice right hand from Ramos. Ramos has got a nice high guard, great kicks. She's got both knees with supports on, however. Markova looking for the body kick to counter that right hand. She could also use the teeps as well to gauge that distance and to prevent that right hand sneaking through. Ramos has got to try and vary the attacks here. Like, it's almost a strong indication that she wants to fire that straight right hand down the pipe. She's got to disguise it with different strikes or even takedown attempts. Nice barrage of punches from Markova. Oh, big overhand right from Markova. Markova looking for that right hand again. There's a more variety of attacks from Markova. She's throwing the kicks, she's throwing the teeps to the body. She comes forward with straight punches. But again, she's trying to land that right hand, the overhand right or the straight right, but she's disguising it a little bit better. Oh, nice right hand from Ramos. Great work from Markova, striking in the dead space as well. Fakes and feigns from Markova. She's just giving Ramos a little bit more to think about, which is allowing her to land that right hand. Ramos is very reactive though. She does an excellent job of counter-striking. When she receives the kick, she'll try and counter with that right hand. But again, not as varied in her attacks. Markova finishing with the leg kick. Doing a great job of pressuring her opponent back to the cage. Smart play by Ramos. Change levels, look for the takedown. She's got to be careful about the sweep here towards the end of the round. But that's exactly what she needs to do, is start to vary her attacks, mix up the techniques to disguise that right hand. female ladder mates here. Markova in the blue corner and Ramos in the red. Overhand right from Markova. Using the jab to set that up as well. And Ramos looking to counter fight here with the back against the cage. Exchange of right hands here between the two. And Ramos again, not varied in her attacks or even her footwork. She's kind of staying in the same position, forward and backwards motion only. Which is going to make it a lot easier for Markova to pressure and look for those nuances to expose weaknesses in the game or the chinks in the armor. As you can see here, she's using the leg kicks, the jabs, the right hands. Nice body shot from Markova. Trying to draw the hands down of Ramos.
And over at cage number 3, this fight ends.
Great level change by Ramos. She had some success in the previous round with that takedown, but gave up the sweep. But in this instance, she wasn't able to grab the legs and pull the hips in nice and close. Now defending off the cage. She's got to pummel that right arm in for the underhook.
And now over on the cage.
Markova looking for the takedown, but she didn't have the underhook. She had the overhook, the wizard. It's possible to get uchis and Haragoshis from there, but it's more favourable if you have the underhook for the takedown. Great work from Ramos though to defend, and now she finds herself back on the outside. And you've got to wonder what the judges are seeing here. They see in Markova pressure, push Ramos back to the cage, land more decisive shots, more volumes as well. So, you know, Ramos needs to start thinking about turning up the volume, combinations.
At the prep point in cage 3, in the blue corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, the returning champion, Sabrina Laurentina de Souza. And her opponent in the red corner, representing Mexico, Andrea Guzman.
And now entering cage 1 in the blue corner, representing Poland, Paulina Kutna. And her opponent in the red corner, representing RMMAU, Tatiana Postarnovka.
Third and final round here. Markova in the blue corner and Ramos in the red. And again, immediately we see Ramos accept this outside position, push back almost the same area as the previous rounds. And it could be tactical in the fact that she's close to her corner, but at the same time she needs to turn up the volume here, put some pressure on. She's got to set those takedowns up as well. Markova's wise to the fact that Ramos potentially is switching up with the takedowns at least, but she throws them without any build-up and without any setup with regards to the hands, combinations, kicks. It's a bit easier for Markova to see the takedown and defend it. She was only caught by surprise in the first round. Now she's become wise to it. Ramos now dropping the right hand as she fires that jab. Markova storming forward with some punishing punches. Nice knee to the body from Markova. Ramos now trying to defend in this position. Eats another knee. Markova with some nice pressure up against the cage. She's looking to work for the takedown here is Markova. She could separate as well and strike in the dead space. She's doing a great job of commanding the outside position. Jump of guard by Ramos, but breaking the posture here. She could have tried to... Oh, she swung for an armbar. Just clear of the elbow is Markova. You get a warning from holding the glove here. It was a great attempt from Ramos, actually, understanding potentially she's behind in this fight. Jumping for the guard. She could have circled her arm around and potentially looked to set the guillotine up. She had the armbar attempt, but just a little bit short on the elbow. Looks like the elbow's a little bit through the legs. You can see from the camera angle. The hinge joint needs to be on the hips of Ramos to gain a hyperextension. You see the elbow's just shy of the hip. She's ever so slightly pulled her elbow out. Now it's deep. You see the left arm of Markova's nice and deep. Markova pulls it out of jeopardy. Last 10 seconds of the round here. A great attempt from Puerto Rico. As Markova finishes with around a pound from the top position. Great fight, and it's excellent to see the emerging nations such as Puerto Rico putting themselves in the mix at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships. Who will go through to fight for the medals here? We will determine that with the judges' scorecard, so stay tuned for the official decision.
And over on cage one, your winner by first round armor, representing RMMU Tatiana Postaranowka. And over on cage two, your winner by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing RMMAU, Jana Markova. And now in the blue corner on cage one, representing Kazakhstan, Baghdad Subanish. And his opponents in the red corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Magomed Sheikhov.
And over at cage number 4, this fight ends as a unanimous decision in favor of the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Alexandra Martina.
And making their way towards cage 2, representing Sweden, Nina Nikolia Milosevich. And her opponents in the red corner, representing Austria, Richkova.
Next, the women's bantamweight enter the cage. Milosevich from Sweden. Her opponent, Katarina Richkova from Austria.
And making her way to the prep point in cage 4, fighting out of the blue corner, representing Norway, Cecilia Bolander. And her opponent in the red corner, representing Ukraine, Mariana Scuba.
We're underway, bantamweights. Nina Milosevich from Sweden. Her opponent, Katarina Richkova from Austria. Milosevich in the blue, Richkova in the red. Fast-paced action here early on, looking for the takedown is Richkova. Oh, full mount here for Milosevich. Transitions beautifully to this position here. She's got to try and get both hooks in for the back. Beautiful work. She's going to look to sneak the arm underneath the neck. Work for the rear naked choke. Richkova's got to fight 2-on-1 here. Make sure that she has 2 of her hands on the offending arm of her opponent. Richkova also has to make sure in this body triangle that she goes towards the side of the lock. So her left side, put some pressure on that lock. Equally, she can try and turn in the guard here. She can kick off the cage and turn towards her opponent. A little bit more easier in the body triangle than with traditional hooks, but this is a very tight position which allows you to secure a square position on your opponent's back, and also messes with the breathing of your opponent as well. If you can squeeze the midsection here, it could start to affect the cardiovascular ability of Richkova. Milosevich has to be careful about being shaken off the back. She could give up the bottom position here. Another affordance of having both hooks in is the fact that you can follow your opponent. The body triangle doesn't allow that same movement. You don't control the inside of the hips. There's more risk of your opponent turning or potentially pulling you off the back. Nice reset though from Milosevich. He's done a good job of maintaining the back position. Richkova's got some nice hand defense. She's always defending the neck. That's the key here for her to avoid the choke, excuse me. If Milosevich can switch to the traditional hooks, she can better flatten out her opponent, which I think that's what she's trying to do. She's trying to get Richkova flat on her stomach. But now going into this second round here, Milosevich knows that she obtains the back, she can maintain control. She's got to switch now to the traditional hooks to flatten out her opponent. Richkova's got to make sure that she tries to turn in the guard, also to go to the side of the lock and try and break the legs open of her opponent. She's got great hand defense though. She's doing the right thing in these positions, but she's constantly defending, which will put Milosevich up on the scorecards.
kom. Wieder die Mitte.
Round 2. Milosevich in the blue corner, Richkova in the red.
Slappna inte av nu för mycket!
Hinter immer super.
Där, ja bra! Släng vänstern efter sparken också! Inte nakna sparkar nu, Nina!
Lass dich nicht abdrängen. Jetzt! Lass dich nicht
Slarva inte med händerna nu! Håll garden, så
Looks
ja!
like Milosevich is wearing some damage on the left eye.
Bereit für die linke, der kommt jetzt. Achtung, ab.
Där, jättefin!
Die linke.
Håll kommando!
Lass dich
Var
nicht
inte
abdrängen.
tvåa!
Overhead
Coole backfist.
Där ja!
Nice pressure from Milosevich, sinking the knees in close range here. Outside position attempt from Richkova. She gets it.
Fight comes to a close in the first round by an arm bar, declaring the winner out of the blue corner, representing
Left knee, Milosevich in the separation. Just missing the right hand in that instance.
Häng dig hinter.
Fortsätt med de där knäna, Nina, de sitter som... Inte rakt, du får inte rakt, sparka rakt på knäna.
Lass dich nicht ablenken von ihren Fakes, Kathi. Lass dich nicht abdrängen von ihren Fakes. Komm. Geh nach vor, Kathi.
Var först, var
Fake ein
först.
bisschen, ich will ein bisschen.
Oj!
More measured approach now from these two young ladies. Nice knees. I think that was a disbalance that allowed Milosevich to pull Richkova off down to the ground there, and she risks the back, but now both hooks in. Now she can flatten out her opponent and utilize ground and pound.
Komm, Kathi, weiter.
Richkova giving up the mount briefly, but again,
Komm hin.
Milosevich has to re-establish those hooks to follow her opponent.
Schau, dass ihr Kopf im
Jobba
Bild ist.
positioner, akta så lite.
She's crossed her feet here, usually a no-no because your opponent can turn into you.
En minut kvar.
She might be looking for the body triangle again. Yep, she gets it.
Inte skönt, bra. Ja, cranka lite där.
Kathi, check die Hand, check die Hand. Aufpassen.
Öj, 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 bra, fortsätt. Jobba där, jobba där.
Ah, so ist gut.
Richkova somewhat
Där.
stuck and deflated in this position.
Ta det lugnt.
But she's still defending well. She's looking to try and turn now to her left side.
Ta det lugnt. 30 kvar.
in the prep point at cage 4 in the blue corner, representing the Czech Republic, Eva Melo. And our opponent in the red corner, representing Kazakhstan, Azan Abdikadir.
Letzte Minute, letzte. Ist schon vorbei. 10 Sekunden. 10
That was an
Sekunden.
interesting stand-up.
Der linke Hand.
Milosevich had the back, body triangle, dominant position. Good stand-up. Interesting. But I mean, it won't affect Milosevich too much on the scorecards thus far. She's definitely
Prep
winning.
point at cage 3 in the blue corner, representing the Czech Republic, Katarina.
Let's see if Richkova now can turn up the pressure. She's got to go for broke goal, look for a finish in this third round.
Kazakhstan, Zansaya Yermagomedova.
Third and final round here. Milosevich from Sweden, Richkova from Austria. Richkova more tenacious in her style as she eats these punches. Big knees from Milosevich. Back control again, imminent from Milosevich. Milosevich with that left hook. Now she has the opportunity to flatten out her opponent. Her opponent immediately looking to give the mount up. Milosevich has to pour on the pressure here whilst maintaining those hooks on the inside of the hips of her opponent. Milosevich from Sweden again controlling the back. She might look to be more active here to prevent the referee standing them up, even though this is a dominant position. That's why you're seeing some more strikes. Milosevich. As soon as she switches to the body triangle again, she's trying to regain the back. She's going to just try and keep those hooks in, trying to abandon the body triangle. Nice ground and pound. She's got her flattened out. She's got the arm trapped around the head as well. Referee asking for her to escape. She's got to intelligently defend herself. If I was Milosevich, I'd turn the pressure up here and constantly strike to force the referee to stop this one. Milosevich again with the body triangle. She risks her opponent now putting her hips to the sky and turning into her. Richkova just trying to survive here and defend as best she can. This one could be stopped imminently here. Unanswered blows from Richkova. Milosevich turning up the pressure with a TKO. She's looking for this victory and the referee jumps in. Beautiful work from Nina. Milosevich from Sweden. Back control, dominant pressure, switching between the triangle and the hooks, and then poured it on at the right time with a TKO to be victorious and move on in the competition.
And over on cage 1, your winner by unanimous decision. In the blue corner from Kazakhstan, Baghdad Supernesh. And over on cage 2, your winner by third round TKO. In the blue corner from Sweden, Nina Nikolia Milosevich. And now making her way to cage 2, in the blue corner representing Italy, Arnocchia. And her opponent in the red corner representing Brazil, Oliveira. And standing in cage 1 in the blue corner representing Kazakhstan, Juan. And his opponent in the red corner representing India, Jana.
Women's bantamweight contested at 61.2 kilograms or 135 pounds. Arnocchia from Italy in the blue corner. Her opponent Justine Oliveira from Brazil in the red. We're underway here for our women's bantamweights. Arnocchia from the blue corner, Justine Oliveira from Brazil in the red. Arnocchia hailing from Italy now in the outside position.
Sempre in movimento Ilaria, sempre in movimento. Un colpetto per spaventarla e in movimento, dai.
Oliveira has great kicks, excellent, powerful hands. She loads the legs beautifully. You can see here from the squatted stance. She draws that power up from the ground when she connects.
Movimento, movimento, movimento. Footwork. Ottimo! Rimani là, Alta sta guardia, anche a di calcio.
Chia with some heavy leg kicks, however. Try to take some of that power out of the legs.
Metà round Ilaria.
Alziamo un po' il volume.
Puoi aumentare.
Li sente i colpi, li sente. Quando entri, precisa.
Spinning back fist from Chia. Heavy head kicks. Oliveira. Single leg attempt. Nice stuff of the head as well. She's going to look to clear the arm here. Potentially striking the separation. She gets up. Big head kick.
Brava, va bene, ti sei difesa bene. Adesso sempre movimento in aria. Manca un minuto in aria. Sempre in movimento in aria. Sempre in movimento.
So far impressed with Lucia's ability to avoid these power shots. She just squares herself off on that center line, just adjusts and moves ever so slightly. Oliveira is stalking her prey here.
Prova a portare a terra in aria. Aggiudica di sto round. Prendi di sto round.
Isso aí. 15 segundos. 15 segundos.
Oliveira waiting for the ample opportunity to capitalise on the mistake. And Lucia, as of yet, she hasn't made one. Doing a good job of circling around on the outside. Lateral movement from Lucia. Nice single leg attempt from Lucia. She might use the cage. And the end of the round commences. But that was a good fight between the two. And the talk of the town is that Oliveira is one to watch from Brazil. Lucia currently holding her own there. Could argue that she potentially gave that round away, so she might look to turn up the volume coming into the second round. From Brazil in the red. Arnocchia hailing from Italy. Round two. Arnocchia in the blue, Vera in the red. And Oliveira commanding center cage, pressuring, using angles as well, cutting off her opponent very well. Great head movement. Very difficult to predict. Norchia's finding it difficult to target Oliveira because she's simply not in the same spot for too long. Even her head moves as well as her feet move. Oliveira looks like she's chambering that right hand, looking for the right hand. Barrage of punches from Oliveira, change of levels from Arnocchia. There's the brace from Oliveira. She's looking for the knee there, but didn't sense it. She backed out of danger. Arnocchia finding it difficult to pull the trigger here. It's largely due to, oh, beautiful. There's the right hand from Arnocchia, that connected. It's the unorthodox angles that she's got to look for here. Oliveira's got great boxing skills, traditional head movement, but it's the unorthodox angles, and unorthodox strikes and punches that potentially might catch her out. Split back fists, the overhand rights at different angles. Arnocchia find it very difficult to elude Oliveira.
Colpisco sopra e dentro sotto, però decisa.
And over at cage number 4, this fight ends as a unanimous decision in favor of the red corner representing Kazakhstan, Azam of the
trying to load up that rear. Every time it's either the rear kick or the rear hand, that power shot. She's patient as well, which shows her fighter IQ. She's not forcing it, she's not giving anything away. She's not allowing herself to be in that realm where Arnocchia can change levels and look for the takedown as she did there. Arnocchia was forced to abandon that because Oliveira was fully aware of where she was in space and just skipped out of range. Made it more risky for Arnocchia to come forward and look for the takedown.
In the prep point for cage number 3, fighting out of the blue corner, representing Makarov. And his opponent in the red corner, representing
Calm and collected approach here from Oliveira. She's not forcing the finish, she's waiting for it to present itself. Spinning kick from Oliveira at the belt. An interesting fight, show of respect from both athletes, in particular Oliveira to Arnocchia. She's very measured in her approach, not forcing anything, not rushing. Third and final round now. You could argue that Arnocchia needs to put her foot on the gas.
Decisiva Ilaria.
Great fight so far between these two bantamweights. Arnocchia in the blue, Oliveira in the red. Arnocchia from Italy and Oliveira from Brazil.
Coraggio. Coraggio Ilaria.
A massive affordance from Oliveira as well from Brazil to have Little Nog in her corner. And you can see that from her style as well. Very advanced striking system, adapted for MMA. She uses the head work as well. Fakes and feigns. Question mark kick attempt there from Oliveira. She's got a measured approach as well. The fighter IQ is high in Oliveira. She's not giving anything away here. She's looking for that opportunity. She's waiting to capitalize on a mistake here or an entry.
Ilaria!
Dai Ilaria, che ha paura dei colpi, vai!
Ilaria, devi dare tutto! Devi dare tutto! Dai! Brava! Sì! Brava così!
Nice exchange. And again, Arnocchia find it very difficult to engage here. She storms forward with that right hand as well, but she steps that rear leg, which puts her in danger, but also draws the power away from the right hand, which in turn is going to allow Oliveira not to really worry too much about it. Oliveira's trying to read where Arnocchia goes to the left side. Arnocchia should be circling to the right, the outside of the leg of her opponent. Every time she starts to go to the left, you see Oliveira load up that rear kick.
50 secondi, Ilaria! Il round deve essere tuo, 50 secondi!
Oh, nice combination from Oliveira.
Dai Ilaria! 30 secondi, Ilaria! Devi dare tutto ora, l'ultima ripresa!
Destra e calcione sinistro!
Oh, turning back kick from Oliveira. She took a risk there. That's the first risk she's taken in this fight, and she nearly gave up the back position or the takedown. But it's nice to see her try things in there. Oh, and again, she's not deterred from the fact that potentially she might give up the clinch. She's going to try and separate here. Nice lean back from Oliveira, sensing the overhand right was coming. Spinning kicks here from Oliveira, very exciting style, pouring the pressure on towards the end of the round. Great fight between these two, Italy and Brazil. But we'll go to the judges' scorecard to determine who moves forward in this bantamweight bout. Oliveira or Arnocchia.
And on cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing Brazil, Justine Oliveira. And now entering cage 1 in the blue corner, representing Mexico, Jorge Antonio Lopez. And his opponent in the red corner, representing RMMAU, Vector Jadishbek Yuhu. And now, making their way towards cage. Now making their way towards cage 2 in the blue corner, representing Ireland, Carrie-Anne Vernon. And her opponent in the red corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Rihanna Gomares.
Women's bantamweight, 61.2 kilograms or 135 pounds. Carrie-Anne Vernon from Ireland in the blue corner. Her opponent making her way into the cage currently. Rihanna Gomares from Bahrain. Last minute pre-fight checks here from our officials at cage side. Women's bantamweights, Carrie-Anne Vernon from Ireland, her opponent from Bahrain, Rihanna Gomares in the red corner. We've seen some great elusive striking from Vernon so far in this competition. She throws from precarious angles as well. Gomares with a nice tight boxing style, great Muay Thai, excellent leg kicks. And Vernon tends to drop the hands as well in these striking exchanges, close range. Sometimes dropping that right hand away from the chin, she's got to be careful.
That's beautiful job. Oh, great shot, Carrie.
Vernon with a nice jab.
Oh, beautiful jab.
Vernon finding a home for that jab. She's got a nice long reach.
Keep stinging her with that lead hand.
Feeling out process here in the first round between the two. Gauge of distance.
There you go.
So try and testing
Great range.
strengths and the weaknesses of your opponent. It's an important aspect of the game.
That's nice timing.
Right hand down the pipe.
Right hand down the pipe when she enters range.
Vernon's calling for the right hand down the pipe as her opponent enters.
Job is money.
There's the jab.
Great job. On the right. When she commits, hit the right.
Nice measured approach from Vernon. Come on, center cage, looking for the jab again. Stinging a shake of the head from her opponent, Gomares. Could be an indication that potentially she's getting a little bit frustrated. Beautiful work, jab again. Stopping that overhand right in its tracks from Gomares.
30 seconds. Hit the right.
Nice level change from Gomares. She seems a little bit frustrated here, but she can't buy into the bravado.
Just keep touching.
She can't storm forward, give anything up here. Vernon's looking to chamber that right hand down the pipe as Gomares comes in. There's the jab again, meeting its mark. Oh, nice right hand there. Beautiful work from Gomares. I think she's trying to command some respect here from Vernon, and she definitely attained that. Let's see if Vernon can tie the right hand to that beautiful jab that she's been landing in the second round. Round two. Vernon from Ireland in the blue corner. Gomares from Bahrain in the red. Vernon's really found a home for that jab again, and she lands it. The coaches are asking for her to tie that with the straight right hand as her opponent comes in, and there she goes. She's trying to land that right hand. Nice head work from Vernon as well, making it very difficult for her opponent in Gomares to counter.
And over at cage number
A little bit of damage on the right side, underneath the right eye of Gomares. It's largely due to that jab landing over and over again from Vernon. Overhand right from Gomares. Vernon here's got to make sure that she stays on the back foot. She starts to draw her opponent in to land that jab and then counter with the right hand. In close range, she gives the distance away that Gomares needs to land that overhand right and those power shots. And Gomares bites down on the mouthpiece, close range, and looks for the power shots over the top. So Vernon's got to look to keep her away. Oh, beautiful right hand as Gomares looks for the kick. Nice leg kick from Gomares. Vernon does a great job of skipping out of range, keeping that long jab out, making sure that her opponent's at the end of the punches as well.
And over at cage number 4, this fight comes to a close.
Whoops. Beautiful work. Vernon storms in there. She missed her mark and she ate a few shots. She's got to be careful about coming into the range here. That's exactly what Gomares works.
There's a leg kick on the right side if he wants as well. Right leg kick if he wants. Good job. Good jab. Right leg kick as well.
Over at cage number 3, inside the cage.
Nice jab from Vernon. Beautiful 1-2 from Vernon. Now she's finding home for the right hand. Gomares forced to pressure back. But again, that jab is just money for Vernon.
This is
Gomares needs to be careful of this jab here. She can start to employ techniques such as a parry. There's the single leg from Gomares. Get a warning for holding onto the cage. Nice ground and pound at the end of the round, but you could argue there that Vernon controlled most of that round, did more damage with the jabs than the right hand. Gomares now going into the third round has to start thinking about the ground game. She's got to mix up the techniques, look for the single legs, look for the takedowns, maybe potentially try and finish with a submission. Almost certainly needs to start thinking about parrying that jab and coming over the top with the right hand.
Let's go, Rihanna! Single leg, good takedown, no double leg.
Third and final round here between Ireland and Bahrain. Ireland in the blue corner, Bahrain in the red. Vernon's been utilising that jab beautifully to set up that right hand, also to keep her opponent at bay. Gomares found it very difficult coming around those power shots. Gomares had some success with the single leg towards the end of the second round. She might try and set up this takedown attempt here with the strikes. When she does get this fight to the ground, you could argue that she's got to look for a finish via TKO or potentially a submission. At this point in time, staying at the end of the jab is going to be problematic to her. She does her best work close range, you can see here. She's got to get past that jab. She could start to slip. She could start to parry the jab as well to get close. She's finding home for that overhand left hook there. Vernon's got to be careful about not being drawn into a gunfight here. She's got a nice left hook from Gomares. She's got to make sure that she keeps the distance, sticks to the game plan, uses the jab, doesn't get drawn into a gunfight, close range. Heavy leg kick from Gomares, again doubles up on the legs. Vernon looking for the fake. Vernon commanding center cage, using the jab beautifully. Nice leg kick from Vernon. Vernon did a great job of listening to her corner as well. Being able to hear your coach's voice is a skill in itself. And then to adjust in the fight and trust your coaches and trust yourself in those techniques as well. And Vernon's doing a beautiful job of that. She really is evolving here in the cage in front of us. Beautiful jab again, straight on the mark. Vernon now looking for the left hook. Nice head work from Gomares. Vernon's calling out for the left hook here. See if she can land that after the jab. There's the left hook from Vernon. Right hand on the mark from Vernon. Great work at range from Vernon. She's got 20 seconds now to work. She's got to keep her distance here and not be drawn close range here with Gomares. Gomares swinging for the fences here. A desperation move. Great work from Vernon. Utilizing the jab here to coast her way to a potential victory. We'll go to the judges' scorecards to render the decision. So stay tuned for the winner of this bantamweight fight between Ireland and Bahrain.
And over on cage one, your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing RMMU, Dr. Shakembay. And over on cage two, your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Rihanna.
At the prep point for cage number 3 in the blue corner, representing Tajikistan, Muhammad Salahidinov. And his opponent out of the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Jamshed Aliev.
And now making their way to cage one in the blue corner, representing Ukraine, out of 10, Milosevich. And his opponent in the red corner, representing RMMAU, Ibrahim Karsoev. And now entering cage 2 in the blue corner, representing Australia, Fumo. And his opponents in the red corner, representing RMMAU, Aliev.
Men's strawweights now at cage 2. 52.2 kilograms or 115 pounds. First into the blue corner, Troy Fumo from Australia.
Let's go, Troy! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Let's go, Troy! Yeah, Australia! Let's go!
You can hear the chants from the Australian crowd here. Trying to transfer some positive energy to Fumo. His opponent making his way into cage 2. Bakud Rahman Aliev from the RMMAU. Troy Fumo from Australia in the blue corner. Bakud Rahman Aliev from RMMAU in the red corner. Troy looking for the combinations early on. Troy has some great footwork, bounces in and out of range very well. His bread and butter are the boxing combinations, close range. He's got to be careful about making sure that he sprawls when that takedown comes from Bakud.
Heavy hips, good fundamentals, good boxing fundamentals, hands high.
There's the takedown from Rahman Aliev. Relentless with the top position, great work from Fumo. He's going to have to try and separate now. He can force the head away over his opponent. He can pummel for the underhooks. He's got to be careful about getting turned back on the cage here. Rahman Aliev is going to look for those legs. Beautiful, pulls the hips in immediately, looking for the single leg. Taking the back is Rahman Aliev. Briefly looking to taste the hooks, but aborts that mission.
Movement, not muscle. Up, up, up. On the hands, wide feet, start to move and twist.
Да-да-да, и коленом пробивай, выдох делай, пора.
Shock.
Rahman Aliev on outside position now. Driving for the single leg.
Stuff the head, stuff it.
Fumo looking to stuff the head here. Rahman Aliev wants that lower position, so he might have a better option in utilising the open and then pummeling towards his opponent as opposed to stuffing the head, because Rahman Aliev wants to drop down, he wants to grab that leg. The singles, the doubles, the low ankle picks. Sometimes stuffing the head up against the cage is a little bit more problematic because you need a lateral exit to the left or the right to kick the leg out of that position, much like you kick a football, but you pull your leg out of the class. Oh, belly to back suplex from Rahman Aliev. Fumo back to his feet. Rahman Aliev is going to drop down now. Beautiful work. Looking to switch to the back. Wrestling clinic being put on by Rahman Aliev here. Ten seconds left in the round. Rahman Aliev, great control from the back position. End of the first round between Australia and the RMMAU. Let's see if Fumo can make the adjustments to avoid the takedown. He's got to have patience because he likes the boxing, but he's got to be close and almost plant his feet for the power. So he's going to have to move off that center line to avoid the takedown. Round 2. Fumo from Australia in the blue corner. Rahman Aliev from the IMMAU in the red. And that's prompted Rahman Aliev looking immediately for the takedown. He's found the ingredients for the win here, which is the takedown. He's going to change levels quite often under the punches of Fumo. Fumo's going to have to use that lateral movement. If he can get back to his feet, he's got to drag the legs through, stuff the head, plant, one hand to the ground, and use the cage to walk back up.
Bend your knees, wiggle, wiggle, your knees, knees.
Fumo's corner calling out for him to bend his knees just so he can retract them through that leg lace. Rahman Aliev could start to walk up the body here to potentially look for the mount. A little bit difficult with the shin pads on, offering a little bit more friction in favor of Rahman Aliev to maintain this leg lace.
Switch sides! Switch sides! Switch sides, Troy!
Troy's corner asking for him to switch sides. Now he's got the half guard. Full guard, great work from Troy to get back to the full guard here. Might look for a sweep. Ultimately, his best bet here is to try and get to his feet. There's the underhook. There we go. Head snap attempt from Rahman Aliev. Troy's got to try and reverse out of this position. He's going to hand fight and try and pull the head out. Great work from Troy. Overhook now. High crotch from Rahman Aliev. Troy with the nice strikes. Stuffs the head beautifully. Drives the right arm in. Looking to frame across the face. Fumo trying to escape here. This is the instance where the stuffing of the head is beneficial, because he could move out. Oh, nice knee from Rahman Aliev. Rahman Aliev now trying to drag Troy away from the cage. In this instance, a basal point for Troy is the cage. He can walk himself up, sink his hips into it, use it as kind of like a balance aid to evade this position. Rahman Aliev is just so dominant from the top position though. Troy inverting around, potentially looking for the armbar. Rahman Aliev sensing, now looking to move into side control. Great control from Rahman Aliev. Very heavy as well on Troy. Great work from Rahman Aliev to dominate again in the wrestling realm. Troy now looking into the third round. He's got to pull something out of the bag. He's got to go for broke. You could argue he's 2 rounds down.
And his opponent in the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Dmitry Pankov.
Third and final round here between Australia and the RMMAU. Fumo in the blue corner, Rahman Aliev in the red. So far, Rahman Aliev has really relied on his wrestling pedigree to take Troy down and force him in the bottom position. Troy's got to pull the trigger here now. He could argue he's got to go for broke, but he's got to be conservative in his power shots. He's got to be careful about planting the feet and coming forward to disallow the level change that we just saw here. Fumo's got to separate. Beautiful work from Fumo. He could take advantage here. See if he can control from the top position. Oh, straight to the mount for Fumo. Beautiful work, putting the wrestler on his back. Looking for the TKO victory. Could definitely argue the fact that Troy has got to look for a finish here. Gives up the bottom position. Troy looking to stuff the head. Troy trying to get back to his feet here. The second he can get his legs underneath him, he's got a little bit more base. He could walk himself back to the cage. He's got to be careful about getting his back taken. One hook for Rahman Aliev. Quarter back mount now from Rahman Aliev. Might look to secure that left hook. Troy looking to get to his feet. Rahman Aliev looking for the mat return.
Shoulder pressure. Shoulder pressure. Hips away. Hips away.
Fumo's corner. Some great advice. Asking for him to hip away, push on the hands, and fire his hips out to break the grip of Rahman Aliev.
Troy, 1 minute. This is our tournament. 1 minute.
Troy's got 1 minute to work. Got to get separation here.
Let's go, Troy. Come on, dig deep.
And there was some nice knees. Kimura attempt here from Troy. Troy can start to roll through now for the sweep. Might turn it into an Americana. Loses the figure four. That Kimura grip gave him the opportunity now to work in the half guard. Much better than having his back taken and being constantly returned to the mat. Rahman Aliev now going to stay in the top position. Wrestling such a viable option for these mixed martial arts athletes. Really, really important technique to make sure you hone in the gym so you can call upon it when you need it.
Let's go, Troy. Up you get. Come on,
Troy back to his feet. Great resilience and determination from the man from Australia, but you could argue here that Rahman Aliev pulled it out of the bag with his wrestling technique. We will go to the judges' scorecards to render the official decision here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships.
And over on cage one, your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing RMMAU, Ibrahim Katsoev.
Right, flag.
And over at cage number 3, this fight ends as a unanimous decision in favor of the blue corner, representing Tajikistan, Mohammad Salohidinov.
And on cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing RMMAU, Farhad Rahman Aliev. And now entering cage 1 in the blue corner, representing Spain, Rafael Calderon Correa. And his opponent in the red corner, representing the Republic of Ireland, Jamie Abbott Bissett.
Can we please have Mark Goddard at cage 3? Can we please have Mark Goddard at cage 3? Thank you.
And now making the walk to cage 2 in the blue corner representing Kazakhstan, Sultan Shakembay. And his opponent in the red corner representing Tajikistan, Zoda.
At the prep point for cage 3 in the blue corner representing Israel.
Men's junior strawweights now, 52.2 kilograms or 115 pounds. First up in the blue corner, Sultan Shakembay from Kazakhstan. His opponent currently getting the pre-fight medical checks and Vaseline applied. From Tajikistan, Zoda. Men's junior strawweights, Sultan Shakembay from Kazakhstan in the blue corner. His opponent, Zoda from Tajikistan in the red. Touch of gloves, we're underway here. Zoda has some great in and out footwork. Chambers the right hand very well. Shakembay with some nice low leg kicks. Feeling out process here early on in the first. For that way in, so he's going to pull the trigger first. And that first decisive shot. There's the leg attempt from Shakembay. Wizard for Zoda as he gets the separation. Attempt to stifle, but Shakembay doing a good job of driving his opponent back to the cage. Counter offense now from Zoda on the outside. Double underhooks here for Shakembay. This is the best position for a takedown. Let's see if Shakembay can get this. Uses the hips beautifully. Exposes the back now, both hooks. He squared himself up as well. Nice defense from Zoda. He's going to try and use this opportunity to turn and face his opponent. Body triangle, Zoda. He's got to escape this body triangle. Let's start thinking about going to his left side. Pressure on that lock. Hand fighting at this present time. Shakembay doing a job maintaining the back position, but again with the body triangle, you offers your opponents more of an affordance to turn and face you, whereas the hooks on the inside of the hips, as you can see from here from Zoda does a good job of turning into his opponent. Gives up the side control. Now he's in the knee and belly. Shakembay could skip to go to mount here. He's got to be careful about retracting that leg through, not to give the half guard to Zoda. Shakembay in the top position. End of the round. Good opportunity for Shakembay to get this fight to the ground and stay in the top position. Zoda's got some great skills in the stand-up. Round 2, Shakembay from Kazakhstan in the blue corner. Zoda from Tajikistan in the red. It's been apparent from the start here that Zoda wants to keep the fight standing, but he does have great grappling skills. Shakembay tasted the back to see if he tries to shoot now, but he's got to set this shot up. Before he was shooting with no setup, it was a little more easier for Zoda to defend, as we're seeing here. Sprawls ends up in the top position. See what Shakembay has got off of his back here. He's got the foot on the hip to create an angle for arm bars and triangles, trying to stuff the arm through. Last net, got the diamond guard here from Shakembay. He's got to reach up and try and grab his shin to try and pull it down and get the fig 4. There we go, he's got the shin, he's got the angle now. Just got to make sure he clears that leg around the back of the right arm of his opponent. He can pull the knee up. He's going to switch to the other side triangle. He reaches up, grabs the foot, adjusts. Difficult to see if that's fully tight yet. The left arm could be across the face of Zoda to make it a little bit more tight. He's in a good position here. He's underhooked the leg. He's looking for the corner. Zoda in trouble. The triangle from Shakembay. He circles off the cage very well. He's got the figure 4 locked in. Looks like there's some strikes there from Zoda. Not a tap as of yet. He's still fighting out of this position. If Shakembay could try and pass that left arm across the face of his opponent, it might engage the arm further into the neck to allow a better submission. At this point, Zoda putting some pressure there to his right side to try and free up the left side for a bit of breathing space. As you can see, this left arm is quite free. What chokes in the triangle submission is your leg and your opponent's arm in the neck. So the left arm in this case of Zoda needs to be in the neck. You could ask the question as well, if Shakembay doesn't finish this from this position, how much is it taken out of the legs? You know, the legs starting to fill up with lactic acid. How good is his lactate threshold?
This fight comes to a
Shakebay's going to find it a little bit difficult to gain the angle that he needs with his back up against the cage. So Zoda doing everything right here to stay calm and collected. Switch to the armbar does Shakembay. Legs over the face now. All he's got to do is hyperextend. He's crossed the feet, which allows his opponent to stack him. If he could try and fan the leg out on the head, he could try and hyperextend the arm, but great job by Zoda to make it out of that round. He was stuck in the triangle the majority of that round and then fell foul to the armbar attempt, but Shakembay with a great submission game off of his back.
Making their way in the cage for first in the blue corner, representing Kyrgyzstan, Ragimov. And his opponent in the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Sergey Shishkin.
Touch glove, second round, straight away. Zoda's putting the pressure on here. Some nice strikes from Zoda. Shakembay looking for the takedown. Chasing the clinch. Could put the knees in here. Oh, misses. Nice sprawl. Zoda, he's expecting that takedown attempt. Shakembay happy to accept the bottom position. See if he can work his way to guard. He's going to use it to get back to his feet here. Slipped by Zoda. Back to his feet, outside position. Nice takedown from Shakembay, now inside control. There's the ample opportunity for him here to use strikes to go to the mount. And he can use the strikes as well to expose the back potentially. Zoda holding on to the head. Just trying to prevent the mount. As of yet, he's not tried to actively escape. Oh, nice sweep from Zoda. Triangle attempt from Shakembay. Shakembay with a nice overhook. That's the key there for him to control the posture of his opponent, which allows him to manipulate where the arms are. For arm bars and in particular triangles, he's got to stuff that left arm through of his opponent in Zoda.
And over on cage one, your winner by unanimous decision.
TP on the body here, a bit of pressure on the breathing mechanism of Zoda. Zoda trying to use the cage. Shakembay kicking off. Shakembay can potentially take the back here if he can clear the arm. He's got to clear the right arm of Zoda. Shakembay nearly got the sweep. If he can plant his arms, he can get to the mount position. What a great reversal from Shakembay. Now finds himself in a dominant position. If he can get his knees to the ground and drag his opponent away from the cage, he's going to prevent the kickoff. Referee pulling the legs off there because the feet were inside the cage. Kick off flat-footed, but you can't put your toes inside the cage.
And his opponent in the red corner representing Kazakhstan, Sangat Shantan.
10 seconds left in the round. Shakembay going to finish strong. Could go for the ground and pound victory here at the end. Great position from Shakembay. Zoda struggling to get back to his feet. What a great fight between these two. Kazakhstan and Tajikistan. An excellent display of wrestling and jiu-jitsu for MMA. But we will go to the judges' scorecard to render the decision.
And on cage two, your winner by unanimous decision in the blue corner representing Kazakhstan, Sultan Shakembay.
Over at cage three, this fight ends as a unanimous decision in favor of the blue corner representing Israel, Yevgeny Shengarevsky.
And now making his way towards cage 2 in the blue corner, representing Tajikistan, Yusufjon Safarov. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Kazakhstan, Ahmadov.
Over at cage number 3 in the prep point, in the blue corner, representing Sweden, Oscar Jaskari. And his opponent in the red corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Shamil Alikhanov.
Men's junior strawweights here, 52.2 kilograms, 115 pounds. Yusufjon Safarov from Tajikistan in the blue corner. His opponent in the red corner, Ahmadov from Kazakhstan. Ahmadov now center cage looking for the body kick. Safarov with some nice counter punches, landed the right hand straight down the pipe there. Ahmadov forced to push himself back to the cage. Could prompt Safarov to change levels. Oh, nice level change from Ahmadov. Looking for the single leg. Great underhook there from Safarov. He's going to be able to prevent the takedown here with the underhooks. The key. Oh, nice single leg straight back to his feet. Is Safarov caught in the guillotine. Safarov defending the neck here, trying to free the head.
Just a quick reminder for everybody to be wearing your
Guillotine attempt here from Ahmadov. Great separation from Safarov. Leg kick from Safarov. Ahmadov with the reach advantage. Coming out southpaw as well. Use that jab to try and gauge the distance here. Keep his opponent away from him and further to disguise that takedown attempt. Nice knee from Ahmadov. Ahmadov, Safarov doing a good job of gauging the distance, bouncing out of danger. Oh, nice left hand from Ahmadov. Level change from Safarov. Good drop down to pick that ankle. Also switch to the double leg. Nice outside trip from Safarov towards the end of the round. That's going to secure him in favour of the judges' eyes at the end of that round. Stay tuned for round 2. Men's junior strawweights here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships.
همون تیم قطعی
Round two, Safarov in the blue corner, Ahmadov in the red. Ahmadov has definitely been trying to drag this one down to the ground, but Safarov's got a great double leg. But he favors the boxing, as you can see here, nice high guard. He likes to pressure his opponent backwards, cut their angles off, use head work, and fakes and feigns to channel those fast combinations down the pipe. Ahmadov doing a better job of utilizing jabs to further disguise the takedown. Just needs to put combinations on the end of that. Maybe even finish with the leg kick just to make Safarov believe that he's striking to disguise that takedown. Got to give Safarov something to think about before he looks for that clinch. Nice head kick from Safarov. Safarov very technical in his approach. There's an approach here from Ahmadov. Looking for that takedown. Again, he's got to try and clear the underhook underneath his left arm. Difficult to drop down, take the legs. His opponent could use this opportunity to take the back as well. Nice knee from Safarov. Body shots again being exchanged between the two. Nice jab from Ahmadov. Safarov again with the forward pressure. Takedown attempt. Stuffed by Safarov as he pressures the head down. We're trying to clear the arm here. Might use this opportunity to get back to his feet. Gotta make sure he clears that left arm from Ahmadov. Looks like he's trying to take the back here. Again, he's got to clear that left arm. The key there was the left arm. He's going to make sure he clears it. Sprawls it underneath him, passes it, doesn't allow his body to be controlled by that left arm. Switch for a single leg of his own. Nice outside trip from Safarov. And again, obtains the takedown right at the end of the round. Just making sure that he leaves an impression in the judge's eyes.
And over in cage number 4, this fight comes to a close as a split decision in favor of the fighter in the blue corner, representing Kyrgyzstan, Ramazan Ragimov.
Round 3, junior strawweights. Safrov in the blue corner, Ahmadov in the red. Ahmadov has diligently tried to work for the takedown, but has been met with a nice sprawl from Safrov. Ahmadov struggling to piece the combinations together to disguise his takedown attempts, which allows Safrov to see it coming and then further initiate the plan to defend. Safrov does have great takedowns, and he kind of reserves them towards the end of the round just to make sure that he edges himself a little bit ahead of his opponent on the scorecards. Nice jab from Safrov. Body kick from Ahmadov. Nice left hand from Ahmadov. Nice barrage of punches. Single leg attempt here from Safrov. Gets it. He's got the neck caught in the guillotine, however. He's going to switch to the high elbow and the modified grip. He's forcing Safrov to defend here. Beautiful work from Ahmadov. Excellent submission defense from Safrov. That was dangerously close to being finished. Now we see Ahmadov trying to defend the back here. Safrov, nice head pressure. Great position underneath the chin. Trying to flatten out his opponent and keep him from contort. Turning in, using underhooks. Walking himself back up the cage. It's crucial to try and keep your opponent flat on the mat. Ahmadov looking for the angle to get back to full guard. Against the cage, it's going to be difficult for him to initiate submissions. Referee asking for more action. Ahmadov looking for a try, potentially trying to stuff the arm. Round and pound from Safrov. Armbar attempt here. Ahmadov, who was in the bottom position. Ten seconds left in the round. And again, Safrov is going to finish strong here with ground and pound in the top position, much like he did in the first and the second round. Well-matched fight between the two. But we will go to the judges' scorecards to determine who moves on in the competition here in the quarterfinals of the IMMAF 2021 World Championships.
And his opponent in the red corner representing Kazakhstan, Jana. And on the cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision. In the blue corner representing Tajikistan, Yusufjon Safarov.
And over at cage number 3, this fight comes to a close as a split decision in favor of the blue corner, representing Sweden, Oscar Jaskari.
And now making their way towards cage 2 in the blue corner, representing Kazakhstan, Justine Shakembay, and his opponent in the red corner, representing Ireland, Carrie-Anne.
At the prep point for cage 3 in the blue corner, representing the RMMAU, Asif Chaparral, and his opponent in the red corner, representing Spain, Stephen Alexander Texecoru Benavides.
Men's flyweights now, 56.7 kilograms or 125 pounds in the blue corner from Kazakhstan, Dastan Shakembay. His opponent in the red corner from Ireland, Carrie-Anne. Rooney's got some very nice striking. That's an inside leg kick from Gary. Gary will often switch between southpaw and orthodox. Gomares center stage, and again he's got his right knee taped up in a support. So it could be something that Rooney potentially might target.
Inside kick to slow them down as well.
Rooney can start to employ some low kicks to try and take the movement away from Shakembay. Nice head work, disguising the left hook from Carrie-Anne. Rooney looking for a home for that right hand. Nice straight right from Shakembay. There's the leg kicks. Rooney's got a nice tight guard as well. There's the level change from Shakembay. Smart play against such a elite striker as Carrie-Anne. Rooney here's got to try and separate. Oh, beautiful work from Shakembay. Lifted his opponent, kicked the base leg away to obtain the top position. Full guard now for Rooney. Shakembay looks for the ground and pound.
Keep scoring from there when you're walking. 2 minutes gone, Carrie-Anne. V-shield, Vernon is up. Gary, V-shield.
Difficult to offer any offense. As of yet, not been able to break the posture of his opponent. Break the posture, he can start to think about submissions or getting back to his feet. He's got to take away Shakembay's ability to posture up and land decisive shots. Immediately here now you see Rooney looking
Do the cross face if you can.
to change the angle.
Now go. That's it.
Could be trying to secure a leg lock here. He's got to kick that right leg around his opponent's right leg. Try and clasp hold of it. Opted to go for the left leg. He's up now in the open guard. Dominant top control from Shakembay as he avoids the leg lock attempts of Gary Rooney. Stay tuned here for the IMMAF 2021 World Championships for round 2. Kazakhstan and Ireland. Strong support here from Ireland for Gary Rooney, giving him some last-minute appreciation and motivation coming into the second round. Shakembay in the blue, Rooney in the red. Rooney lands a nice right hand. Like the way Rooney's changing levels as he tries to come over the top.
No answer for it.
Nice right hand. There's the takedown attempt here from Rooney. He gets Shakembay down. Beautiful work. It's largely due to his striking ability. Respect there from Shakembay. Didn't expect the takedown, and in turn that gave Rooney the opportunity to end up in this top position over Shakembay. So Rooney's got to be careful about the triangle attempts from Shakembay. There's a difference here. Shakembay looking for the switch. Shakembay pushing himself back to the cage to try and get back to his feet here. Rooney's looking for that right hook. He's got the left one in. He's got to stay square on the back and low to the belt line, otherwise he risks giving up the bottom position. He can use the hands to readjust. Oh, there we go. He's got the hooks in. Difficult to see. He's got a body triangle from this vantage point. He's got to be. There we go. Goes for the body triangle. He's going to look to control and squeeze the air out of Shakembay. He gets underneath the neck. More viable for him to choke with the opposite arm, the left arm, given the fact. There we go. Now he starts to pummel it through. 2-on-1 defense from Shakembay. Shakembay in danger here. Rooney from Ireland, the optimum position for the choke. He's got to try and make sure that he goes to the back. He's going to accept the bottom position in favor of looking for the armbar, but he's unable to get it. He's going to give up the bottom position, and he does just that. In full guard now is Gary Rooney. Overhook for Gary Rooney. Shakambay's bread and butter. Round and pound up against the cage. Going to the bodies, going to the head. Shakembay racking up the damage. Less mobile than Shakembay was off of his back. We're looking for the guillotine here. Might be difficult to finish with the cage behind him. Now Rooney's starting to get to his feet here. Beautiful work from Rooney. Shakembay stuck to him like glue, however. Shakembay looking for a mat return. Rooney straight back to his feet. Such an exciting round between these two. Belly to back suplex from Shakembay. Heavy hammer fists from the top position. He's looking to put a stamp on this round. Beautiful work from Kazakhstan. Stay tuned for the third and final round.
Making the walk to cage 4 in the blue corner, representing France, Zoho. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Ukraine, Ivan Basic. This fight comes to a close in the second round. We are trying to trade. And the winner from the blue corner, representing the MMA Shakembay.
Third and final round, Shakembay from Kazakhstan, Rooney from Ireland. Shakembay wastes no time in getting this fight down to the ground. Rooney looking for the guillotine submission, arm in. Finding it difficult to connect the hands is Rooney. He had success getting back to his feet in the second round. He's got to scoot himself back to the cage to obtain that. Shakembay looking to pass the guard. Rooney now has to abandon this guillotine attempt in favour of the hip escapes. He's got to get that left knee in, try and establish a full guard here. Great work from Shakembay, doing some damage from the open half guard. Rooney with the nice strikes to get back to his feet. Open hand palm strikes from Rooney. He's shielding. This is where he's got to try and explode back to his feet. Plant one arm, get the legs underneath him. Use the knee shield to create some space between him and his opponent. There we go, he gets back to his feet. He's giving up the back here. What he's got to do is try and turn into his opponent, obtain a whizzer, and then work for the takedown. He can also force the hands open and fire his hips forward, try and hip heist out of that position. Shakembay working very hard to get a mat return here.
1 minute, Carrie, Rooney!
Time is running out here from the representative from Ireland, Gary Rooney. Shakembay with a nice head position.
And now making his way to cage 1 in the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan.
Body shots from Shakembay to try and pass the legs of Rooney. Rooney inverting for the leg lock. He's got to free that left leg. He gets it round. Now he's in the opportunity here for a straight submission on the hinge joint. The knee bar. No heel hooks allowed, of course, under the amateur rule set. You can use footlocks and knee bars. Use this opportunity to initiate a sweep. That's the problem with leg locks in mixed martial arts. You can get punched in the face. Great work from Rooney at the end there. You could argue that Shakembay might take this one away and move forward. Stay tuned for the official result from the men's flyweight action here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships.
And over on cage 2, your winner by split decision. In the blue corner, representing Kazakhstan, Dastan Shakembay. And now making his way to cage 2 in the blue corner representing Italy, Fidel Gramicha. And his opponent in the red corner representing Pakistan, Ismail Khan.
Concentrato, mettiamo le finte, prepara quel jet diretto stretto, ok?
Men's bantamweights at 61.2 kilograms or 135 pounds. Fidel Gramicha from Italy. His opponent in the red corner, Ismail Khan from Pakistan.
Vedi che reagisce, vedi che reagisce. Il jet diretto stretto. Ok, continua a mettere le finte.
Fidel's got some nice straight punches down the center line, gauged his distance very well. Khan has some good wrestling skills, great jiu-jitsu skills as well if this fight goes to the ground.
Metti la finta. Vai col calcio. Esatto. Non mettere sempre potenza.
Nice fast hands. Gramicha.
Continua così. Bravissimo. Dito. Non avere fretta, fai il tuo gioco. Fai il tuo gioco. Stai pronto? Vicino alla gabbia, stai pronto. Un minuto, Fidel. Ottimo, Fidel. Non fai sbagliare. Non avere fretta. È tutto teso. Metti colpi un po' più leggeri.
Straight right hand.
Tocca pesante.
Like the way he's mixing up with the kicks.
Continua a mettere ste finte che gli interrompi l'azione, vedi che lo fai sbagliare. Ancora con quelle finte.
Side leg kick from Khan. 1-2 attempt. Left hook as well. Swing and a miss from Fidel.
Metà round.
Metti le finte. Bravo, spezza l'azione. Tocca il pesante. Vedi che sbaglia sempre. Ottimo. Perfetto, Fidel. Continua a mettere ste finte.
Oh, a strike got through there. Like it rocked Fidel momentarily. There we see Khan wrestle up against the cage. This is his bread and butter.
Batti con le mani. Vai.
Nice knees from Khan up against the cage.
30 secondi.
Crea spazio. Vai, crea spazio, lavoriamo adesso.
Gramicha.
Finiamo forte, vai Fidel.
Overhook, trying to pummel in that left underhook.
Difendi forte adesso, forte. Forte e pesante. Vai Fidel. Pesante, difendi pesante. Esatto, dai, giriamolo.
Great job of sinking the hips into the cage. He's going to try and circle out of this position now. Nice knee on the break from Khan. Interesting first round between the two. A well-matched fight between Italy and Pakistan. Stay tuned for round 2. Round 2. Fidel from Italy in the blue corner. Khan from Pakistan in the red corner.
Non li caricare tutti, non li caricare tutti. Lascia andare ste gambe anche, dai. Divertiamoci un po', esatto.
Deal with the vicious leg kick. He's putting some more power in these kicks now.
Metti quella finta prima. Esatto, vedi che indietreggia.
Switcher starts from Fidel. Khan trying to punch his way into the takedown attempt. Great defense from Fidel as he looks for the kick. Well matched fight here. Each fighter calm, collected and measured in their approach as well. Not looking to make a mistake and give their opponent an ample opportunity to capitalize. Double jab from Fidel, beautiful work. Oh, straight right, rock Fidel. Fidel on the back foot now. Khan closing the distance, but he should try and separate here. Headhunt as he pummels in for the underhooks. Nice inside trip. Big knee from Fidel. Smart play from Fidel there just to try and regain some equilibrium after that heavy shot from Khan. There's that right hand again. Oh, hits his mark, wobbles Fidel. Fidel might change for a takedown here. It's beneficial to Fidel here to stay on the outside, to stay out of range, also to look for the takedown because he can start to recover from those heavy shots that he's ate so far in the second round. Nice double leg, outside trip. Good defense from Fidel.
Lavora quei calci, dai, non caricare i colpi, tocca, tocca, tocca e prendiamoci sto takedown adesso. Vedi che lo fai sbagliare, dai.
Uppercut from Fidel, that's the right play to stop Khan's level change. Oh, there's a level change for Fidel. Looking to complete the double, switch into the single, gets it. Top position for Fidel now. Looking to walk to mount, butterfly hooks for Khan.
Metti pesante adesso, finiamo forte, dai. Cal kick esci, fallo sbagliare.
Leg kick for Fidel, risky business, given that Khan wants to snatch that leg up. Oh, there's the uppercut we were speaking about to prevent the takedown. Great work to target that uppercut as Khan came in to look for that takedown.
At cage 4, this fight ends as a unanimous decision in favor of the red corner, fighting out of the Ukraine, Ivan Basi.
Quando ti chiamo quel takedown mi fai uno shoot alla Madonna, ok?
Third final round. Fidel Arnocchia from Italy in the blue corner. Ismail Khan from Pakistan in the red. We've seen some heavy right hands from Khan, but equally a nice uppercut from Fidel. As Khan was changing levels, there's a return fire from the uppercut and a shake of the head from Fidel. Great matchup between these two. Nice takedown from Khan. Look for that return here now. Good look to circle that right leg around his opponent's belly to back, but the grab prevented that. Get a warning from the referee to Fidel.
आगे दबा के
Pesante, Fidel! Pesante!
पास ले हां मेरे पास ले आगे दबा आगे
Pesante, Fidel lì, dai!
आगे दबा उठा के पीछे ले जा उठे मार मार मार
Good job sticking to his opponent here.
Bruciali, dai, pesante, Fidel!
He's got to try and get a separation, otherwise he might fall foul to the suplex again.
Non perdiamo tempo, su! Dai, 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 dai!
Side control now for Khan.
Usa quell'Andaru!
I look to go to the mount, but the cage is going to block him off on that left side.
Usa la parete, dai!
Guard retention attempt from Fidel. He might use his opportunity to get back to his feet. Full guard for Fidel now.
Provaci! Provaci, vai, vai!
Dai tutto Fidel! Dai!
Provaci! Spingilo via! Dai, 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 dai!
Fidel might look to walk around for the armbar. He underhooked the leg there, looking for the angle. Khan using the cage to his advantage to block off any attempt for Fidel. There we go, Fidel gets the angle now. He's got to be careful about the up kicks to the face whilst his opponent's grounded. Nice work from Fidel. Sprawl now, back exposure. Switch around for Fidel as he gets back to his feet. What a great fight between these two. There's the uppercut from Khan. He had success with that straight right. Catches the single leg. 10 seconds left in the round. It's one of those fights where you wish you could see more. Turning wheel kick, missed the mark. Khan imploring the crowd. What a fight between these two from Italy and Pakistan. Very interesting to see what the judges have on their scorecards and who's going to move forward at this bantamweight division. Will it be Fidel from Italy or Khan from Pakistan? Stay tuned for the official IMMAF 2021 World Championships decision.
And over on cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision. In the red corner, representing Pakistan, Ismail Khan. And now making his way to cage 2 in the blue corner, representing Belgium, Mobsar Ibrahimov. And his opponent in the red corner, representing RMMAU, Shakembay Gabizon.
All officials, staff, and cameramen for cage 3, please get in good position. We're going to be starting very soon.
Okay. Yes.
All officials, staff, and cameramen for cage 3, please report. We're going to be starting right now. Cage 4, we will be starting at 2 p.m.
Advantage from your speed.
Men's bantamweights. Movsar Ibragimov from Belgium in the blue corner. His opponent, Shakembay Gabizov, RMMAU in the red. Touch of gloves. Ibragimov in the blue, Gabizov in the red. Heavy leg kick. Shakembay. Shakembay switching stances. Walks into that right hand. Fast-paced action early on in the first round here. Double underhooks for Gabizov. Going to use that hip. He's going to step across, use the hip to bump his opponent up, drag him down. Outside trip now. Beautiful work. Went one way, and then the other. High-level wrestling from Gabizov. As expected from RMMAU. Gabizov using the knee now, the left knee to drive. He might use that opportunity to expose the mount. Ibragimov, great job of working back to guard, using the hip escapes, the angles to get back to the full guard. Defensive position in mixed martial arts, a very important position. From here, Ibragimov can work submissions and get back to his feet. Gabizov now trying to pass the half guard.
Go, 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 go. Accroche l'autre côté, sinon il va prendre ton dos. Récupère, récupère.
Gabizov controlling the right arm of Ibragimov.
Ouais, lève-toi, 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 lève-toi. Tu sais quoi faire, comme d'hab, comme hier. Vas-y, relève-toi, relève-toi.
Gabizov looking to expose the knee. Ground and pound, flatten out now. Great job in getting back to the half guard, however, for Ibragimov. Looks like he was going to give up the mount, but turned into his opponent. Defensive position, immediately you see he's in a better position to defend, to eat less shots.
30 secondes, Movsar. Contrôle les bras, contrôle la tête. Contrôle un bras, contrôle la tête, Movsar. Ouais, c'est bien.
Armbar attempt from Ibragimov. Switches the leg over the head. He's going to look to hyperextend here. He's got 10 seconds to work. He's crossed the feet, which allows the stack, which is the correct defense here from Gabizov. He'll stay safe here. But he was definitely in jeopardy. Round two, Ibragimov from Belgium in the blue, Gabizov from the RMMAU in the red. And we've seen a strong top game from Gabizov as he drives for the takedown. Great work from Gabizov, wasting no time to get this fight back down to the ground, given that he had such success in the first round, and immediately looking to control the right arm of his opponent. You can see from the camera angle, he's pulling it behind his head. It opens up guard passes and also ground and pound with the left hand of Gabizov. Gabizov's got to stay busy here. Referee's a little bit closer. Again, Gabizov looking to reach round and handcuff the right arm. Ibragimov has to free that arm, try and stuff the head, plant one arm onto the mat and then get his feet underneath him. He can use the cage-to-cage walk here.
All officials and staff for cage 4, please be on standby. We're going to start very shortly. All officials, staff, and cameramen for cage 4, please be on standby. We will be starting very shortly.
We're asking for some more action. Gabizov's got to be active with his guard passes or his ground and pound tactics. Referee might look like he's going to stand this one up. This would definitely benefit Ibragimov if this was a stand-up. I mean, this is control, though, from Gabizov. He's dictating the pace, he's dictating where Ibragimov is. This is an aspect of fighting, to be able to hold a man down, to strike him, to keep him where he is, to stay out of the submissions. Heavy hammer fist now.
Cage 1 about to restart. Cage 1 about to restart. Camera free. Please return to cage.
10 seconds left. Dominant round here for Gabizov. Early on, looking for the takedown. Maintained the top position. Kept the ref happy.
And now making his way towards cage 1 in the blue corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Kurban Hidrasov. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Italy, Luca Borrando.
We get set for third and final round. Ibragimov from Belgium in the blue, Gabizov from the RMMAU in the red.
Go, 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 pas de temps. Voilà, pression, pression. Bouge latéral, tranquille. Tu peux contrer ça.
And you got to wonder when the shot's going to come from Gabizov. Ibragimov has got to be careful about over-committing. Also, he's got to show that uppercut as well. Spore and ball tactics. When he senses the takedown coming, he's got to try and sprawl. Can't afford to throw too much power in those shots, otherwise he gives up the takedown.
Medical staff for cage 4, please report to the cage ASAP. I repeat, medical staff for cage 4, please report to the cage ASAP. Thank you.
Gabizov has got to be more active here, given that the referee warned him in the previous round for inactivity. So he might be more active in his guard passes, might be more insistent with his ground and pound tactics.
Encore 2 minutes, Moxa. Faut que tu bouges, faut que tu sortes le bras. Faut que tu bouges, sors le bras.
Gabizov now using his bread and butter. Top control, being a dominant wrestler. Ibrahimov finding it very difficult to free the arm and plant it to get to his feet.
And his opponent in the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Islam Zavatakhnov.
Allez, Mofsar, tu te relèves de là, go, 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 go. T'as 1 minute, Mofsar, tu te lèves, go. Ref, nothing's going on.
Ibrahimov actively trying to escape here, which is a good thing. But if I was him, I'd potentially try and hold on from the full guard to get the stand up. Given that the referee warned Gabizov, the whole time Ibrahimov is trying to escape, it gives Gabizov the opportunity to land ground and pound, threaten a guard pass. Every time the guard opens from Ibrahimov, there's an opportunity there for Gabizov. So Ibrahimov should be trying to hold here, force a stand up, and just go for broke with that shot, with the uppercut, with the left hook. Even the right hand, you know, circling off to try and gain the angle and land the right hand again. It's very difficult for him to stand up. I mean, again, this is like the hidden Jedi force of a grappler. You can't necessarily see it, whereas a strike you can see that and be like, oh, that was a hard strike. But this is like an invisible grapple. This is years and years of motor skill embedded in the musculature of somebody. If they can hold you down and they can't do anything about it, that is such a massive skill set. You can see a little bit of frustration from Ibrahimov in the corner, and it's a safe bet that Gabizov is going to move forward. We'll go to the judges' scorecards to render the official decision here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships. Thank you for watching on IMMAF.tv. Shout out to our sponsors at the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, UAEMMAF.com and PalmSports.com.
And over on cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing RMMAU, Shakembay Gabizov. And now making his way towards cage 2 in the blue corner, representing Finland, Max Hoyleman. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Ukraine, Vadim Kovalishki.
Syvää happeesta itse varmaan ilman.
Men's junior featherweight, 65.8 kilograms or 145 pounds. In the blue corner from Finland, Max Haininen. His opponent, Vadim Kovalevsky from the Ukraine, in the red corner.
And over at gauge 3, this fight comes to a close as a split decision in the favor of the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Kurban Zenukov.
Hyvillä jaloilla, sä näet kaiken siitä liikkeelle. Kaikki näkyy.
Haininen in the blue, Kovalevsky in the red.
Hyvä, just näin. Hyvillä jaloilla. Oi.
Nice leg kicks. Haininen.
Blue corner representing Sweden, Daniel Shamfalo.
And right attempt here. Kovalevsky.
And his opponent in the red corner representing Kazakhstan, Beksa.
Nice outside trip from Haininen.
Nyt ei oo Max kiire. Sä voit purkaa sen sun oikean käden sisäkautta. Pidä se hauiksella se käsi.
Vadim Kovalevsky now from his back.
Minuutti mennyt, Max.
One butterfly hook in, which gives him the affordance to sweep. Considering he's overhooked the left arm of his opponent, he could sweep to that left side. Max looking for the heavy ground and pound from the top position. Knee shield, looking to pass. Great work from Vadim. Outside trip attempt here. Counter, beautiful work from Vadim. Just switching that transition of the takedown attempt from Max. Now finds himself in the top position, looking to pass the guard. He can throw the legs to one side. Nice up kick from Max.
In the blue corner, representing Bahrain, Kurban
Guillotine attempt here for Max. He's got a high elbow. It looks like he's got the submission here. Difficult to see from our vantage point if there was a tap there. And a bit of a protest on the face of Vadim. But the referee had the best vantage point of it all. I'd like to see the replay on that one. He definitely had a high elbow. He had the guillotine underneath the neck. Looked like he had a good angle. Great submission victory from Max from Finland. He will move forward in the junior featherweight division.
And over on cage 2, your winner by a round 1 guillotine choke. In the blue corner from Finland, Max Haininen. And now making their way to cage 1 in the blue corner, representing Kazakhstan, Nemat Hasadov. And his opponent in the red corner, representing French Polynesia, Julian Schulhauch. And now making their way to cage 2 in the blue corner, representing Spain, Juan Esquierdo. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Tajikistan, Arnocchia, Rio F.
Over at cage 3, this fight ends as a knockout in favor of the red corner, representing Kazakhstan, Bekzat Zazia.
Men's featherweights here, 65.8 kilograms or 145 pounds. In the blue corner from Spain, Juan Esquierdo. His opponent from Tajikistan in the red corner, Arnocchia, Rio F. Esquierdo in the blue, Rio F in the red. Esquierdo has a very powerful stance. When he's close range, he's got beautiful hooks. He likes to power punch when he's close range, but he's got to punch his way in. Ducked beautifully underneath the spinning back fix, but ducked into that head kick from Rio F. He's going to close the distance here. Rio F has got some very elusive striking. You can see here multiple attacks. Looking for the kicks, gives up the takedown. Esquierdo with a double on hooks now. Looks like actually that his opponent in Rio F had the underhook in that position. Full mount here from Esquierdo. Watch for him to posture up, which will enable him to fire down the ground and pound. Izquierdo, a measured approach now. He's not rushing in this position. He's maintaining the top position. He's got to be careful about holding the head with the left arm, however, because if his opponent in Rio F can trap that arm and the leg on the same side and buck to the sky and turn, he could use the sweep here. Izquierdo doing a great job maintaining this top position. He's got to keep busy, however, to keep the ref happy. But there's no question about it. Izquierdo is maintaining this top position. Shoulder shot there from Izquierdo. Nice super there from Rio F. That's what he's got to do to try and either mix between the sweep, where he traps the arm on the leg, or the hip escape, which he has to brace on the hip. He's pushing down on the knee here, which makes it a little bit harder to block your opponent's leg, but he's achieved that into the half guard.
As a unanimous decision in favor of the blue corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain,
Rio F trying to kick off the cage. Izquierdo pulling him away. Izquierdo did a great job of maneuvering his opponent away. He's using that half guard to his advantage. He'd circle away and use the leg to move the hips away from the cage of Rio F. Rio F looking for the hip escape. Nice shoulder shot there from Esquierdo. He's going to finish the round strong in the mount. That's the blueprint now of the fight. Is Rio F going to be more reserved with his striking techniques? Definitely has the edge in the striking realm, at least medium to long range. Esquierdo close range has power, but is Esquierdo going to come out in this second round and immediately look for the takedown?
And his opponent in the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Maxime Fox.
Round two, Esquierdo from Spain in the blue, Rio F from Tajikistan in the red. Rio F with some great striking, but he's got some crazy kicks that he might give the takedown up. He's got to know that Esquierdo wants this takedown now. Esquierdo's going to try and punch his way into the clinch. Some better footwork now from Rio F, escaping the cage. Side leg kick. Rio F keeping it nice and low as well, so there's the inability for Esquierdo to catch. Nice teep to the face as well. Going low and then high. Varian attacks up. I like the way he's insistent, but at the same time he's not tentative, but gives up the clinch here. Esquierdo looks like he's got the double underhooks. He look to circle round to his left side to complete the takedown. To the leg from Esquierdo. Esquierdo's got to get the hips in close to his opponent to try and work this takedown. Whether he circles off to his left side and almost traps his opponent's leg in front of his left leg, he would step round to his left side behind his opponent and drag him across, much like if you would like back at school where you'd like kneel behind your friend and somebody else would push him over. You want kind of like a tabletop for them to fall over. So the left leg could be planted behind the body of Rio F, then circle round towards that blockade. Outside trip here for Esquierdo. He's going to look like he's going to use the leg lace to walk straight up to the mount. Beautiful work. Now let's see if he can posture. Last time he held onto the head, which kind of limited his ability to work ground and pound. He was trying to stay safe, which is the correct thing to do. But depending on the ref that's in there, sometimes refs are more kind of eager to get the stand up than others. So he's got to make sure that he keeps busy here. To get the posture, he's able to rain down decisive punches. Oh, out the back door for Rio F. Did a good job of pummeling the arm underneath the leg. Esquierdo straight away looking for the takedown. Teep to the face again from Rio F. He's got to be careful about throwing those kicks and leaving the leg out there. Oh, it took the trip. Gave the position up. Half guard now for Rio F. Esquierdo capitalizing on the mistake there from Rio F. Makes for an exciting style, however, Rio F. Still not pulling any kicks. Now there's the ground and pound. Use the cage to walk off. Potential for an armbar here, but if Esquierdo miss it, he might give up the bottom position. Sense that, straight back to his feet, grappling up against the cage. Knee to the midsection from Esquierdo. 10 seconds left. What an exciting round. Great work from Rio F and Esquierdo. Another well-matched fight here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships. Live from Abu Dhabi, I'm Dean Midhat. Thank you for joining me on Cage 2. And a thank you to the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, UAE, MMAF.com, UFC.com, and PalmSports.com for making this possible.
Over against 3. This fight ends in the second round by a guillotine choke for the winner in the blue corner, representing Tajikistan, Zoda Mahmudov.
Chapo, no te compliques.
Quick clean up of the moisture here as we go into the third and final round. Juan Esquierdo from Spain in the blue corner. His opponent, Rio F from Tajikistan in the red. Oh, overhand right. That forced Rio F to back off. Two of the very exciting style for mixed martial arts. Esquierdo with the power punches, the explosiveness, and Rio F with the unorthodox strikes, the aesthetically pleasing techniques as well, like turning wheel kicks. Overhand right from Rio F, knee, close range from Esquierdo. As he looks for the hip throw, gets a beautiful throw, ends up straight in side control. Might look to submit the arm with a V-lock. Watch for Esquierdo to try and pull Rio F away from the cage in favor of looking for the mount. Favors that position on the ground. He's got great control from the mount, does Esquierdo. Esquierdo doing a good job of listening to his the coaches in the corner. I like the way they're using positive feedback as well and reinforcement, telling him he's doing a good job. They're using great language as well. Official words as well to spare on their opponent. Such a great affordance to have all these beautiful nations here, different languages, different cultures, different skill sets as well, to come battle out in the IMMAF cages here in Abu Dhabi. It really is a celebration of mixed martial arts culture worldwide, the only one of its kind. Often called the Olympics of mixed martial arts, as it's amateur and all the nations compete against each other for bronze, silver and gold medals. Today we look at the quarterfinals of the IMMAF 2021 World Championships. Esquierdo with the top position, briefly looking for the back. Rio F turning to give the mount to elude the back take from Esquierdo. 10 seconds left here. Esquierdo in the top position again, looking to work the ground and pound just to further cement his victory. Excellent work from the man from Spain. And it's a safe bet if you're a betting man. The Esquierdo might walk away with the decision win here. But we will go to our judges' scorecards at cage side to determine who the victor will be and who will move on to fight for the respective medals in the next round.
And it's over on cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing Spain, Juan Esquierdo. And now making their way towards cage 2 in the blue corner representing Tajikistan, Bakhtiyor Husseinov. And his opponent in the red corner representing Finland, Miro Honkanen.
Men's featherweights here, 65.8 kilograms or 145 pounds. Bakhtiyor Husseinov from Tajikistan in the blue corner. His opponent from Finland, Miro Honkanen, in the red. Husseinov, a very powerful striker, close range, great takedowns as well. And Honkanen, a nice long, rangy striking style. He's going to have to be careful about these takedowns and make sure he takes that lead leg away when he exits or after he finishes his combinations. If he wants to kick, he's got to whip those legs back quick to make sure Husseinov doesn't snatch hold of one of those and turn it into a takedown. There's the powerful punches, close range that we know Husseinov for. Oh, nice straight right down the pipe from Honkanen. And when he finds his range, he's very dangerous. He's like a sniper with that right hand. He's got great jab as well. He uses it to measure and then further land that right hand. Guillotine attempt here from Honkanen. Full guard now, triangle attempt from Honkanen. Husseinov well versed in this position, however. He'll use his head position underneath the chin of his opposition to gain more control, and he'll use that to elongate his opponent out to prevent them from throwing up submissions. Very, very advanced top control for mixed martial arts has Husseinov. So Honkanen's going to have to try and explode out of these positions, try and get to his feet, or hold on to try and force a stand-up from the referee. Honkanen finding it very difficult to escape this bottom position. There's the prompt from the referee that should give the hint to Honkanen to hold on to force the stand-up. You know, he edges his way in range and striking ability on the feet at medium to long range. So he just holds on to his opponent and prevents any movement. The referee will stand this one up and he'll be back on his feet.
equal Ahmadov. In the red corner, Moving
10 seconds left. Dominant round from top position from Husanov from Tajikistan. Honkanen now is going to have to come in this second round and look for a way to avoid the takedown, which is a game of patience. You know, the referee giving a warning to Husanov to keep busy. But that's his game. That's the game if you're a wrestler. If you're dominant from the top, as well as in the tournament fashion, often in the earlier rounds, it's very beneficial to be economical, not to get fatigued, not to get injured, not to wear too much damage, and then save yourself for the finals, indeed the semi-finals today, the quarter-finals. Round two. Hasanov from Tajikistan in the blue corner. His opponent from Finland, Honkanen, in the red. See if Honkanen can elude the takedown from Hasanov. There's the right hand from Honkanen. He's got some power in that. He uses all of his range to transfer the power from the ground up. Cannon's going to be careful about throwing those kicks. Hasanov could time one of those, turn it into a takedown. Nice takedown, tight guillotine here from Honkanen. Looks like he's got the connection, arm in, hand fighting from Hasanov. Which suggests to me that this is tight. If he's fighting the hands, Honkanen walking those long legs up, looking for the leverage now to finish the guillotine. Can he finish the man from Tajikistan? He could use this opportunity to sweep as well. Difficult with the cage. You could see the elevation from Husanov to avoid the leverage of Honkanen. A great attempt from Honkanen though. That's the right thing to do. If he gets taken down, try and slap on a submission and then potentially hold on to force a stand-up. Armbar attempt here from Honkanen. He's going to find it difficult. Husanov is a master at squaring the hips up. Every time you get an angle on him, he'll automatically move and square the hips up to you, so it takes the angle away for the submission attempt.
And now welcome into cage one in the blue corner representing Kazakhstan.
Old triangle here from Honkanen. Those long legs are beneficial. Straight armbar here for Husanov. He's a tough guy. He's going to take a lot to tap him, but look at this hyperextension of the joint now from Honkanen. And he led off the armbar in favor of holding the body for more leverage in the triangle. This triangle looks very deep. He's got a great angle for the armbar here as well. Husanov putting the arm behind his own arm to try and get away some leverage from Honkanen. 10 seconds left here. Can Honkanen do it? He's fighting to hyperextend the arm here of Husanov. Husanov trying to reverse out the back door. Great submission attempt off of his back from Honkanen. That's got to give him some confidence coming into the third. third and final round here. Husanov in the blue corner, Honkanen in the red.
Over at cage number 3, going on the judges' scorecards, a split decision in favor of the blue corner representing.
You gotta know that Husanov is looking for this takedown. Level change, straight right hand, rocks Husanov. The confidence is growing now for Honkanen. Overhand right. Husanov, he's got to sell the hands to disguise the takedown here.
And it's over on cage 1, your winner by first round, Aliev from Kazakhstan, Aliev And now making their way towards cage 1 in the blue corner, representing RNNAU, Kurbanmagomedov. And his opponents in the red corner, representing Mexico, Diego Gomares.
There's the level chain from Husanov. We had to wait a little while, but he initiated it. There's a flying triangle attempt from Honkanen. Very exciting to see him jump for those submissions off of his back. And he had the triangle and he threatened the armbar in the previous round. Let's see if he's got time to walk his legs up and pass the arm into that position again. Husanov very aware of that fact. He's going to look to avoid these submission attempts from Honkanen. Great fight between these two. A clash of styles, striking from Honkanen and Husanov in the grappling realm. Interested to see who walks away with this one. So stay tuned for the official decision here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships on Cage 2.
And over on cage 2, your winner by split decision. In the blue corner from Tajikistan, Bakhtiar Husainov.
حكي يا شباب.
Over in cage number 4, this fight ends as a unanimous decision in favor of the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Muniz Muminjonov. At the prep point in cage 4 in the blue corner, representing Finland, Timmy Leskinen. And his opponent in the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Vladislav Sukalenko. Over at cage 4, this fight ends via triangle choke in the first round, declaring the winner out of the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Vladislav Sukalenko.
Ladies and gentlemen, on cage 1, we have concluded as a draw. We will go to a 4th and final round.
And over at cage 3, this fight ends as a unanimous decision in favor of the blue corner, representing Tajikistan, Gomares Sordarov.
And over on cage 1, blue corner failing to answer the bell for the 4th and final deciding round. For your winner by TKO from Mexico, Diego Torres.
In the bids for cage 4 in the blue corner, representing the RMMAU, Shamkhan Kushagov, and his opponent in the red corner, representing Ireland, Jordan Scully. In the prep point for cage 3 in the blue corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Sultan Homer, and his opponent in the red corner, representing Germany, Karim Al-Vehebi.
And now making his way towards cage 1 in the blue corner, representing RMMAU, Mohamed Afandi Hasipov. And his opponent in the red corner, representing the Czech Republic, Tagir Mahmudov. Once again, I'd like to remind everybody that you must be wearing your mask at all times. Nadjente mask pajama style. Cage 2 to be ready in 5 minutes time. Cage 2 to be ready in 5 minutes time. Please can cage 2 start making your way towards your workstations.
And over at cage 3, this fight ends in the first round by a near-naked choke for your winner out of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Sultan Homer. In the blue corner. At cage 4, the winner by rear naked choke in blue corner, Shamkhan Kushagov.
Please can all staff on cage 2 return to your workstations. That's staff on cage 2. Please return to your workstations.
Making his way to cage 4 in the blue corner, representing France, Anthony Nantois. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Sweden, Robin Arnocchia.
And over on cage 1, your winner by first round TKO. In the blue corner, representing our NMAU, Mohammed Afandi Hasipov. And now making his way towards cage 2. In the blue corner, representing our MMAU, Salamat Hisbualev. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Portugal, Zé Machado. And entering cage 1 in the blue corner, representing South Africa, Mohamed Ma. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Musimjon Maminjonov.
Welcome back to the IMMAF 2021 World Championships. We welcome the men's lightweight, 70.3 kilograms or 155 pounds. First up in the blue corner was Selmat Hizbualev from the RMMAU. His opponent, Zé Machado from Portugal, in the red corner. Hizbualev taking center cage, looking for the double jab. Nice head kick from Machado. Machado's got some great power in those punches, particularly the hooks, but likes to plant the overhand right. He'll switch stances as well. Great level change from Machado. Hizbualev done a great job of pumping that jab out. Heavy leather being traded early on. No feeling out process so far. Nice head movement there from Machado. Oh, nice teep. Hizbualev done a good job of firing that teep down to prevent the connection from the power shots from Machado. Blocked. And a nice leg kick from Hizbualev.
And over at cage for this fight and in the very first round, the armbar for your winner in the red corner, fighting out of Sweden, Robin Arnocchia.
Turning wheel kick there from Machado, looking for the crazy knockout, but he's got to be careful about giving away the angle to his opponent. Nice shot from Machado into the single leg now. He could look to switch to a double or head outside the finish. Beautiful example of stuff the head and evade capture. Hizbualev looking for a home for that right hand. Turning back kick from Hizbualev to the midsection. Briefly stumbles Machado. Machado now looking for a takedown of his own. He gets the aerial slam. Beautiful work. Hizbualev trying to stuff the head now. He's going to use the cage to cage walk. Watch for him to turn towards his opponent. And use the whizzer. Beautiful counter from the whizzer from Hizbualev. Right at the end of the round to cement. He'll look to take the back here now with some heavy shots. Fast pace right to the end of the first round from these two.
Representing Australia, Patrick Best. And his opponent in the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Jamal Metzito.
Round two, lightweights. Hizbualev from the RMMAU in the blue corner. His opponent, Machado from Portugal, in the red. So far, a frenetic and tenacious style that's carried on now into the second round. Beautiful double leg from Machado, having difficulty completing due to the takedown defense of Hizbualev. Hizbuyalev now looking to turn the back. Great wrestling from Hizbuyalev. Machado looking to sit up here. He's got to get the left leg behind him to try and turn this into a single. He could potentially look for a sweep as well if he tries to underhook the right shin of Hizbuyalev. Hizbuyalev did a great job of forcing the head down. He got a warning from the referee previously about a strike to the back of the head, so he's got to be careful of about the targeting systems here. Machado looking to get back to his knees. Now he can escape that leg that was underneath him. He's got power to push, to threaten the takedown. He's looking for the turn, but the grappling ability of Hizbuyalev just a level above.
And making his way to cage number 3 in the blue corner, representing the RMMAU, Yusufjon. And his opponent in the red corner, representing India, Ramston Edwin Rodriguez.
A slower pace now on the ground from Hizbuyalev and Machado. We saw a beautiful counter from Hizbuyalev. Machado wasted no time in threatening the takedown. It's an interesting play for Machado, given the fact that he's got great striking. Could be insistent on trying to get Hizbuyalev with his back flat. Potentially might be looking to go to a more dominant position. Nice switch there, hip heist from Hizbuyalev, but that prompted Machado to immediately switch to the leg. That's what he needs to go upstairs and downstairs. Switch here from Machado. Really impressed with Machado's wrestling ability, actually. Given that the RMMAU really do bring a great wrestling pedigree to the IMMAF. Very well matched fight, an exciting fight as well. Pace has slowed a little bit on the ground, but nonetheless there's still back and forth technical battles between the takedowns and the top position. Stay tuned for round 3.
Out of the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Enzita.
Third and final round of the lightweight matchup between Hizbuyalev and Machado. Hizbuyalev in the blue corner, Machado in the red. Oh, big overhand right. Hizbuyalev now looking to land some power shots. Left hook from Hizbuyalev, double leg from Machado, outside trip. There's a beautiful counter again. Leg lock attempt from Machado. Oh, and a counter leg lock. A figure 4 foot lock from Hizbuyalev. If he can connect the hands and then force the back of the ankle to the back of his opponent, that's going to put a lot of pressure on the ankle. Machado did a good job of gritting that one out, but he's got to retract the leg here out of jeopardy. Might look for a back take. Knee bar attempt from Hizbuyalev. Interesting to see him turn, given that to go for the knee bar has to go to his back. He doesn't want to give up the top position. If it was close to the end of the round, I would have thought maybe that Hizbuyalev would have gone for that knee bar for the finish, but because he is an exciting fighter. He always looks for the finish, as does Machado. It's a great matchup here at lightweight. Punishing body shots from Aliev.
The referee calls to stop the contest during round 2 for your winner. In the red corner from Uzbekistan,
Machado just trying to keep Aliev at bay with the knee shield. Referee asking for some more activity. This should prompt Machado to hold on and look for the stand-up. Doesn't want to waste any more energy trying to escape here and potentially just end up in a worse position. He's got to try and stifle the advancements of Aliev, slow him down, and force the ref to commit to a stand-up.
And now making his way towards cage number 1 in the blue corner, representing RMMAU, Vladimir Petrenko.
Oh, Machado gets the elevation. This is what he's been waiting for. Nice takedown, but doesn't involve himself in flattening the back. As soon as he flattens the back of Aliev, he's going to have a lot more success in passing the guard and then looking to get into a more dominant position to land decisive ground and pound. Leg lock attempt from Aliev. Omoplata, Aliev as the round ends. Great fight between the two, show respect at the end. Interesting to see what the judges have on their scorecards, but we return to them to render the official decision.
And over on cage 2, we go to the scorecards. For your winner by unanimous decision, in the blue corner representing RMMAU, Salamat Hizbullah. And now making his way over to the blue corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Ramazan Gitinov. And his opponent in the red corner, representing England, Teddy Stringer.
Over at cage number 3, this fight ends in the second round by a TKO, declaring your winner out of the blue corner, representing the RMMAU, Yusufjon.
Next up, welterweights move into the cage, 77.1 kilograms or 170 pounds. Ramos Gitanov from Bahrain in the blue corner. His opponent, Teddy Stringer from England, in the red. And Gitanov donning the gold colours, signifying he is a champion. Ramos Gitanov, a reigning world champ, returning to the IMMAF 2021 World Championships, looking to add more gold to the cabinet. Measured approach here from Teddy. Nice jab from Gitanov. Leg kick from Teddy, beautiful work. And he's got to be patient here and try and force the opportunities to present themselves, but not rush them. Gitanov, one of the many Russian-born fighters competing under the flag of Bahrain. Gitanov was the first winner from 2019 World Championships to enter the cage. Teddy looking for the leg lock here. This is what he's going to do, throw up unorthodox techniques to try and finish. The leg locks are one of those techniques you can use. The pain and the damage goes on quick with the leg locks. As of course he has to avoid using heel hooks. And Gitanov, training and living in Bahrain, competing under the Bahrainian flag. Bahrain, one of the top countries to ever grace the cages of the IMMAF. Bahrain bringing a 27-strong team to Abu Dhabi to compete. Team Bahrain would look to get back to the first place on the official rankings. Prospects of big victories on the horizon. One of their prospects from Bahrain in the cage currently, Ramos Gitanov in the gold and Teddy Stringer in the red. Clinical striking here from Gitanov. One-two from Gitanov, and a jab bloodying up the nose of Teddy Stringer from England. Body shot from Teddy. Gitanov beating Teddy to the punch here with the jab. Gitanov with a 16-2-0 record at amateur. His last loss in the IMMAF back in 2017. So he's been on a winning streak in the years leading up to this competition.
At cage 4, this fight comes to a close in the third round by the Fumo. The winner out of the blue corner, representing the RMMAU.
Nice boxing and teep here from Gitanov. Pouring the pressure on, but it's calm and collected and it's measurable as well. There's a method to his strikes. Some blood on the face here of Teddy Stringer. Absorbing lots of damage from that jab. The left jab of Gitanov. Nice uppercut. Beautiful knee. He's got to be careful about going to the head. Show respect there from the knee. Went a little bit high. Caught on the guard, but great show of sportsmanship from Gitanov. Oh, Teddy's eating those punches and the jab again in the separation as he pulls his hands down. Gitanov so precise with that jab. It doesn't give Stringer any chance to breathe here. There's the level change, double leg turns the corner, beautiful work. Full guard overhook now for Teddy.
Come on.
We get set for round two. Ramazan Gitanov from Bahrain in the blue corner. Teddy Stringer from England in the red. Bahrain's Ramazan Gitanov has slowly made himself a top contender at welterweight division, having won the 2019 IMMAF World Championships and the 2020 Oceania opening. Took him some time to find his feet, however, after early career losses in 2017. But since then, he's been on an unbeaten streak, which saw him win the Asian, European, and World titles in 2019. Gitanov's corner were calling for him to level change to set up the strikes. Level change come up with the overhand right. Level change come up with the uppercut. He's finding the uppercuts close range. Body kick from Gitanov. Teddy's doing a great job of holding his own, though, against a multiple-time world champion. He's absorbed some damage to the face here, but he's not been in any dire trouble as he shoots for a takedown, but gets turned. Now looking for the leg lock, but he's got to be careful about the ground and pound.
Let's go. Pick up the hands there. Inside leg kick, let's go. Pick up the hands. Yes.
Nice turning back kick from Teddy. This is what he's got to use. He's got to use fakes and feints and unorthodox techniques to try and catch Gitinov out. He can't play the technical game. He can't stand in front of Gitinov. He also has to be careful about the level changes. He's got to make sure that he draws those legs away after he starts striking. If he's going to kick, he's got to bring those legs back. Body shot from Gitinov. Technical boxing from Stringer as he skips back to try and hide that jab. Nice left hook on the break. Jab from Stringer. Nice combinations. Body shot from Gitinov. Oh, slip. Left hand. Inside leg kick for Stringer. Teddy's looking good against a multiple world champion and a favourite to win the competition. Gitinov now driving Stringer back to the cage.
And over on cage one, your winner by third round, head and arm choke, representing our MMU in the blue corner, Vladimir Petrenko.
Where was the 10 seconds?
Stay tuned for our official decision. Who will walk forward, Gitinov or Stringer? We'll find out momentarily as the judges' scorecards are consolidated as we hand it over to our MC, Ricky Wright.
And over on cage two, your winner by unanimous decision in the blue corner from the Kingdom of Bahrain, Ramazan Gitinov.
And in cage number 3, this fight ends in the second round via armbar, declaring your winner out of the blue corner, representing Ukraine, Dmitry Babinsky.
And now entering cage one in the blue corner, representing RMMAU, Gachi Magomedov Hasadulayev. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Kazakhstan, Badalat Musabekov. And now making his way towards cage 2. In the blue corner, representing RMMAU, Abdullah Aliev. And his opponent in the red corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Murad Gassainov.
And in cage number 3, at the prep point in the blue corner, representing France, Nel Ariano. And his opponent in the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Khalil Ibn Khazarov.
Welterweight at 77.1 kilograms or 170 pounds. Adilia Aliev from the RMMAU in the blue corner. His opponent, Morad Kisinov from Bahrain in the red. Aggressive start here. Kisinov with a nice jab, parried by Aliev. Heavy leg kick from Kisinov. Kisinov has got that long, powerful style. Beautiful work from Kisinov now as he capitalizes to try and get the top position. Aliev now looking to snatch up the single leg. Kisinov now looking to get back to center stage. Heavy punch, close range. Nice uppercut from Kisinov. Both have a very aggressive forward pressure type style coupled with power. So often you'll see the barrage and the advances and then a slow in pace and then again to create the openings and pull the trigger and go full throttle. Does make for an exciting fight, but also can promote mistakes that the other can capitalize on. Aliev enters for a single leg here, could switch to the high crotch, potentially the low ankle pick there on the right leg of Kisinov. Completion of the takedown. Nice takedown defense. Single leg here from Kisinov, such a fast pace. Good takedown defense from Aliev. Nice work, Aliev made sure that he got deeper on that shot, dropped immediately for the ankle pick. Change here. Kisinov looking to pressure, back to the cage, could drop down for singles, got to clear the right arm from the underhook, however. Outside trip. Good control from Kisinov. Aliev is trying to swing that left arm through. Nice strike on the break from Aliev. And an explosive but technical start from the RMMAU and Bahrain. We get set for round 2. Aliev in the blue and Kissinov in the red. Both high-level athletes, great wrestling between the two. Long striking for Kissinov, powerful close-range shots for Aliev. But we've seen a great matchup so far, both looking to try and capitalize. Low single for Kissinov. He's going to use the cage now to his advantage. Might try and pull the hips away.
And overhead cage for this fight ends as a
Great takedown defense from Aliev.
blue corner representing the RF, Shamsuddin Mahmudov.
Aliev looking to break the grip here. Could use the Kimura grip. Could also hip heist out of this position. He's got to break this grip. Could also potentially swing his left arm around for the whizzer and then drive the right underhook to try and defend here. Nice mat return for Kissinov. Straight back to his feet, however, is Aliev. Aliev's going to get another warning for a cage grab. There's the third cage grab, the fourth cage grab. Interesting to see the referee not really penalize Aliev or even verbally warn him. Let's see if he grabs it again. I think there was a warning there. It could be the 5th time unofficially that he grabbed the cage, which obviously is going to prevent the takedown initiated by Kissinov.
Red corner representing Brazil.
Now we're going to get warning for Kissinov for grabbing the cage. He's got his fingers in the cage behind the back of Aliev. The referee's going to make sure that his hands stay out, but I think just naturally his fingers are going to collapse. I think the cage was pushing on one of the joints and it collapses the finger. He can't really help it, but there's another grab. That's multiple grabs now for Aliev. And again, the referee's going to separate this. I mean, that is a lot of grabs. He's going to get a warning. I think they're both going to get a verbal warning, but almost certainly Aliev has done it more times than Kissinov. You hear the calls from Aliev's corner. Want him to go and pull the trigger, not to be too tentative, and allow Kissinov to get off first.
You win this round. Let's go, man. Yeah, good. Let's go, boy. Let's go, boy. Let's go. Last round. You got it. Let's go. Let's go, boy.
Third and final round, Aliev in the blue, Kissinov in the red. It's been an evenly matched fight so far. We've had a stern warning from the referee about the cage grabs. You've got to be careful about that. If they do it again, they potentially get a point taken and risk losing the fight. The referee's looking on here. There's another cage grab from Kissinov. jab from Gissanov. A more measured and slower approach now in this third round. Takedown attempt from Gissanov. Just finding it a little bit difficult to pull the hips in close to his opponent. Aliev doing a great job of sprawling and reading when the takedowns come in. Gissanov's got to try and mix up the techniques here and throw the takedowns off beat. You know, he's expecting them after a combination, after a flurry. Pressure's on here for these two athletes. It could go either way if it goes to a judge's scorecard. Nice knee from Gissanov. Aliev looking like he's waiting for the ample time to shoot. Potentially try and score some points at the end of the round. This fight's hanging on a knife edge here. That's why you're seeing a bit more of a slower, methodical approach. They're waiting for those little nuances to capitalize. And if you take chances, you might give away that nuance to your opponent. So they're waiting for their ample opportunity here. It's one a very difficult fight to score. Level change, strikes close range here towards the end of the round. Great fight between the two. Show of appreciation and sportsmanship at the end as always. Well, we go to the judges' scorecards to determine the winner from this welterweight bout today. Stay tuned for the official decision from our announcer, Ricky Wright.
And over at cage 3, this fight comes to a stop via a unanimous decision, declaring your winner out of the red corner, representing the RMMAU, Khalil Ibn Khazarov.
And over in the cage 2, your winner by split decision in the blue corner, representing RMMAU, Abdullah Aliev.
In the prep point for cage 4, fighting out of the blue corner, representing Kazakhstan, Talga Zientayev. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Iftior Khalmuradov. Over at cage 3 in the prep point, out of the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan, Asrobek Anvarjonov. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Kazakhstan, Nuradil Kerbergunuli.
And now making his way to cage 2, in the blue corner representing Kazakhstan, Denis Cherepenko. And his opponent in the red corner representing Kyrgyzstan, Bektor Asilvikov.
Junior middleweights now at cage 2. In the blue corner, Denis Cherepenko from Kazakhstan. His opponent, Bektor Asilbekov from Kyrgyzstan. Cherepenko already looking to land those inside leg kicks to damage the leg and take the footwork away from Bektor. Bektor now wasting no time, looking for the single leg, going to get the high crotch. Beautiful work. Looks to immediately pass into side control. Clears the leg. Now he's going to use strikes, but he's got to be careful about the back of the head. Framing on the face here to free his head from this position. He's got to keep his opponent's back flat against the mat to prevent the escape. Cherepenko's got to abandon this grip here, this headlock. To escape, he needs to turn into his opponent, really. Ideally, he doesn't want to turn away. He's trying to get a sweep here, but he's going to give his back up. Bektor now looking to re-establish side control, and he goes back to the headlock here. Also, he could burn out his arms holding onto the head for too long, which could pay dividends later on in the fight. Cherepenko doing a good job of getting back to the open guard here. Bektor giving him no opportunity to get back to his feet. Cherepenko now might look to throw up the submissions. Some nice ground and pound though from Bektor. Heavy punches from Bektor. These ones are connecting beautifully. He's doing a great job of striking from the guard. Cherepenko needs to reach up and try and break the posture. Here we go. Immediately, the second he starts to break the posture, you see, he doesn't get hit as much. But now, Bektor has posture. He can dictate where the punches go through. He can load up a lot more powerful shots. Cherepenko's going to unhook the leg here, potentially looking for the angle, maybe for an armbar, maybe for a leg lock, but he's got to be careful about not protecting the face. Now he's got the foot on the hip, a more viable option to control your opponent, walk the legs up, work arm bars, work triangles. Bekta now looking to get back into side control. Nice guard retention from Cherepenko, understanding that he has to try and re-establish some sort of guard to prevent the side control. Triangle here. Bekta now with a heavy ground and pound towards the end of the round. Referee jumping on the fire there to protect from any blows outside the time limit. We get set for round 2 here in the junior and middleweight division. Cherepenko and Bekta. We're officially underway for round 2 of the IMMAF 2021 World Championships. Today our quarterfinals at cage 2. Complaint of the low blow there. Get a bit of time to recover. Neutral corners. Bekta looks like he's good to go. Touch of gloves. Quick apology. We're back underway. Cherepenko now has got to think about sprawl and ball tactics. Keep those hips away. He's going to throw power. He needs to make sure he moves off that center line and be ready to defend the takedown. There we go. Digs the underhooks beautifully. Doesn't manage to hike his opponent up with the underhooks. Opts to go over under. Sometimes called the 50-50 position because it's relatively even. You have the underhook and the overhook each. The key here is to try and... Oh, nice. Drops the Yanagi attempt from Cherepenko. But the bad thing about that in mixed martial arts, at least, is you give up your back, as we're seeing an example here. Often in the judo or the jiu-jitsu room, you have a gi to pull on. So you get a little bit more leverage. You can secure it a little bit more easier. But with just the grip on the arm, particularly in the later rounds, potentially when your opponent's sweaty, it's a risky technique. Cherepenko looking for the top position. He's going to pull that right arm out and try and gain the underhook underneath the left arm of Bekta to prevent the back take. And here's the rear naked choke from Bekta. He's got a precarious angle, but he's got an exceptionally tight squeeze. Cherepenko's got to stay calm here. Seems like he's out of jeopardy. In fact, that he's throwing punches in favor of defending the choke. Straight to mount now for Cherepenko. He's going to taste the back now. Let's see if he's got a better affordance to finish with the rear naked choke. Looking for under the chin. He's going to switch to the armbar. Belly down. It's risky. If he doesn't pull this off, he's going to end up in the bottom position. Bekta circled over the body. Cherepenko holding on to this guillotine. He's established the guard here. He could finish it from half guard, full guard's best. Opts to get back to his feet to get a better bite on the head here. Oh, he's looking to go for the triangle. He's got the figure 4 locked up. He's got the angle. He's pulling down on the head. Bekta in dire trouble here in the junior middleweight division. Referee making sure that the strikes don't go to the back of the head. He's readjusting in this position. He could threaten the armbar. He's got 10 seconds to work. He's got a good angle. He's got a good squeeze. Bekta, a credit to Bekta to make it out of that round. It's a very, very close fight. We'll have one more round to contest who will move forward in the competition. Third and final round, Cherepenko in the blue corner, Bekta in the red. A kick from Bekta. He had some success in the top position. Let's see if he tries to pull the trigger on a takedown. Turning back kick, risky business, given that Bekta was looking for that ample opportunity now. Early on in the third round, he's in the top position. And Cherepenko's got to work out of this mount now. There's not a lot to do but defend and try and sweep in this position. Oh, you see if he gets the sweep. Is he going to end up in the top position? Might give his back up. Scrambling shoes. Great work from Cherepenko. Still got the power, the explosiveness here in the third round. Beautiful takedown from Bekta. Slowing the pace now as Cherepenko gives up the bottom position. Going to be difficult against the cage to maneuver for submissions. The triangle's viable here, but given the submission attacks from Bekta throughout this fight have been quite minimal compared to Cherepenko's submission attacks, as we're seeing another triangle attempt here. Bekta's going to be wise to that. And he's going to make sure that he doesn't leave the arms in. He's going to anticipate the triangle, as you saw there. He forced the legs to the side and now finds himself in the side control position, firing knees to the body, controlling. And it's a smart course of action here for Bekta to stay in the top position, to dominate, and to hopefully move forward in the competition. And Cherepenko, if he's going to throw submissions up, he's got to start working from the guard. He's got to free that left leg and try and face his opponent. Warm from the referee here. Cherepenko trying to push off the cage, but can't put the toes inside the fence. Bekta taking the safest option here to stay in the top position. Last 10 seconds of the round. And our junior middleweight fight comes to an end, and we will go to the judges' scorecards for a decision here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships.
And over on cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner from Kazakhstan, Vernon Hasselbeckov. And now making their way towards cage 2 in the blue corner representing New Zealand, Fergus Jenkins. And his opponent in the red corner representing Ireland, Daniel O'Sullivan.
Here I thought New Zealand was avoiding this cage. You like it up
As they're going through these arches, you're already ready. Let's do it, buddy.
Men's middleweights at 83.9 kilograms or 185 pounds. Fergus Jenkins from New Zealand in the blue corner. His opponent, Daniel O'Sullivan from Ireland in the red. Fergus Jenkins, a very talented fighter, overcoming some very tough fighters so far in the IMMAF, coming out on top. Great grappler, as you can see here, looking to put him down early on. Excellent submissions, very tight guillotine.
Yeah, nice. Check it out again. Use your legs. Yes. Beautiful, Fergus. Beautiful. Left hand back, man. On the left side.
Fergus now looking to walk up.
And pick your shot there, Ferg. Yep, beautiful, Ferg. There you go. There you go.
Fergus straight on the neck. He's got an exceptional rear naked choke. Doesn't even need both hooks to finish. That looks like it's right underneath the chin here. Close to a tap here. Fergus Jenkins from New Zealand squeezing his way to victory at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships. Can he submit? Ireland goes to his knees. New Zealand on the back. Fergus Jenkins squeezing his way to a victory. And he chokes his opponent unconscious here in Abu Dhabi. Fergus Jenkins from New Zealand is victorious with a rear naked choke.
I think he's going to be happy, Ferg.
And over on cage 2, your winner by first round rear naked choke in the blue corner from New Zealand, Fergus Jenkins. Please welcome your first fighter into cage 2. In the blue corner, representing Italy, Francesco Fornacieri. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Ireland, Paul Buckley.
Come vuoi partire? Forte, duro?
Gioco, ballo.
Gioca, palla, ok, palla. Quando vuoi alzi l'attenzione e la zoppi.
Orecchio sul tempo,
Attento anche alle sue di gambe, attento anche alle sue del lungo.
Middleweights here, Francesco Fornacieri from Italy in the blue corner. His opponent, Paul Buckley from Ireland, in the red. Early on, we see Buckley look for the takedown and obtain the top position. Wasted no time in striking with the Italian.
Ci sei a parete, ci sei a parete,
Esci col sedere.
Just holding your paw, heavy shoulder pressure. Get your inside your
Oggi la mano è levantata.
Beautiful. Now push his knee, Paul, push his knee.
Impressive guard pass here from Buckley.
Usa la gabbia per impattare.
Cartwheeled his body to the side. A necessary evil from Buckley to Francesco. Fornacieri, just a possessor of some excellent footwork, great strike. Smart play in the game plan to take him down early on, wear him out, eliminate the striking game, and eventually look to get into a dominant position. Knee on belly. Buckley, Fornacieri doing a good job of getting back to his feet. However, now he's got to go for broke here. He's going to make Buckley respect and try and deter him from changing levels. He can do that with the jabs, he can do that with the uppercuts and also the footwork. Fornacieri storming in with his head down. He's got to be careful about doing that for fear of uppercuts from his opponent. But also, if he overcommits and Buckley deems a necessary evil to take him down, he's going to be able to do that more readily, given that Fornacieri will be looking at the floor and he can't really see what's coming next until he looks up. Nice takedown from Buckley. Patient and reserved, but gets the job done. This is where he wants to be. He wants to be on top of the dominant striker. doesn't want to give the affordance for Fornacieri to use the cage to stand back to his feet. He's in a great position here to try and mount. I'd like to see him control the head and the arm, force the shoulder into the face of his opponent, then TP himself up to the sky, and then potentially look for the knee slice. Can slice through either way. One goes to the mount, the other goes to the half guard, but we're seeing a guard pass again from Buckley. Great agility being shown from Paul Buckley from Ireland in the guard passes. But every fight starts standing. The second round, he's going to have to initiate another takedown if he wants to end up on the ground. Fornacieri has to keep this one standing, use that footwork, and not overcommit.
Paura fottuta di entrare.
Concentrato, fatti strada coi jab, non ti fregare il destro.
Second round, and there's the uppercut being shown by Fornacieri. That's exactly what needed, and I imagine he took that instruction from his corner in between the rounds to show that uppercut to deter the level change from Buckley. He's got to be careful about the spinning back fist, however. That's an ample opportunity for a level change if Buckley can read that. Nice head work there with the overhand right. He throws from precarious angles, and that's largely due to his elusive style and unorthodox style. He tends to dip his head, but that allows him to throw from funny angles where his opponent's hands tend to be down in those exchanges. He's going to get his back off the cage here. Buckley doing a good job of cutting off the angles. That's what he's waiting for, the shot. Even if he doesn't get it, he's won half the battle because he's got the cage behind Fornacieri, and he can use that as an opportunity now to pressure, to drop down, to pummel underhooks, to strike on the brakes as well. There it is, beautiful work. Great separation with the strikes to disguise his takedown. Drops down beautifully now in the half guard. Fornacieri using the knee shield. He can use the knee shield to create some space and then plant the hand, get the feet underneath him, and get back to his feet. Back take here from Buckley. Fornacieri swinging the arm round. He's going to try and plant that foot down, otherwise he risks the takedown again. Buckley with a very dominant top control here with the ground and pound. Fornacieri, the type of fighter that you just can't help get behind, given his exciting style and his motivation and focus. But Buckley's doing a good job of sapping away the energy from Fornacieri with the takedowns, with the top position. Potentially a little bit of frustration as well that Fornacieri can't make his way back to his feet. It's not for lack of trying, however. Fornacieri is definitely trying to improve his position. Buckley dominant from this top control. Forearm on the face here, trying to break the grip of Fornacieri. Buckley's looking to follow and swarm his opponent. Shut off any avenue for the escape. Did a good job as well as, of pulling Fornacieri away from the cage. And there's the great guard passes. There's the bucks here from Fornacieri. Buckley led him up. Interesting. Towards the end of the round, he might be looking to land some hands. Nice left hook. There's the uppercut, overhand right. Exciting prospects. Both of these representatives from Italy and Ireland, respectively.
must remind all people on the field of play to be wearing a mask at all times and respect social distancing. Nadiente mask pожалуйста.
Don't overextend on his shot.
Third final round here for Italy and Ireland. Fonastieri in the blue corner from Italy and Buckley from Ireland in the red. Buckley's corner were calling for him not to overcommit. They don't want him to walk onto those power shots close range. Some nice dirty boxing there from Buckley. The uppercuts are the key there because Fonastieri tends to put his hands down and draws his head down as well when he strikes, so there's no affordance to block incoming shots, particularly the uppercut. You can see there that Buckley's dropping that right shoulder. He's looking for that uppercut as Fonastieri comes in. Great outside pressure from Buckley as he drops down for the single. Fonastieri looking for Kimura. He can use this position to submit and to sweep. Could also set up the armbar as well. If he can lock his hips underneath and roll, much like if he was a log on a river and Buckley was on top of it trying to stay on top. If the log would roll, you'd fall into the water. So if Fonastieri wants to roll towards the hips of his opponent, and there's the armbar we spoke about. Didn't get it, but a valiant attempt at a sweep and then the submission. A viable option from the Kimura trap.
Braccio destro, eccolo là! Vai, gira! Gira!
Fonastieri back to his feet, the crowd respond. The Italian corner giving some instruction. Single for Buckley, looking to trip the leg, gets the beautiful takedown. Really impressed with Buckley's ability to pile the pressure on between the takedowns and the top. Did a great job on the feet as well. He really is a complete package. Buckley might look to skip around the guard, effortlessly passes the guard into side control. Fonastieri now forced to fight in a worse position. Turns, gives his back up. Buckley clears the arms. Fonastieri back to his feet. 10 seconds left. Nice knee from Buckley. He might look to separate again and do damage. Mat control. Excellent work. Dominant performance by Buckley. Did a great job in shutting down the Italians' game. But of course, we will go to the judges here at Cageside to render the official decision. So stay tuned here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships, who will go through Italy or Ireland.
And over on cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing Ireland, Paul Buckley. And now please welcome the first fighter into cage number 2. In the blue corner representing Ukraine, Artem Hashenko. And his opponent in the red corner representing Germany, Tom Hoyleman.
Next, we welcome the heavyweights, the big boys, 120.2 kilograms or 265 pounds. Artem Hashenko from Ukraine in the blue corner. His opponent, Tom Hoyleman from Germany. Hashenko in the blue, Hoyleman in the red. Artem Hashenko from the Ukraine in the blue, Tom Hoyleman from Germany in the red. This is where it gets dangerous. The heavyweights pack tremendous power, even through these large amateur gloves. Hashenko coming out southpaw. So his power hand is the left hand, the rear one. His opponent, Hashenko, doing a good job of establishing the distance here. Hoyleman coming out orthodox with the left hand forward. Nice body kick from Hashenko. Nice counter right hand from Hoyleman. An atmosphere here now with the heavyweights. All eyes are on this large cage at cage 2. The rest of the cages are finished. But everyone understands that this could end in an instant. It takes one shot for these heavyweights to switch the lights off. Hashenko measuring the distance. Pouring with the lead hand, looking for that straight left. Single leg entry on the blue corner in Hashenko. Receives the takedown. Hoyleman straight back to his feet here now, looking for the head pressure for the separation. He's got a pummel for underhooks up against the cage to improve his position. Used to the body. Hear the chants from the crowd, singing Deutschland for Germany. Large crowd here behind Hoyleman. Hashenko doesn't seem fazed by the bravado in the crowd. Still measuring the distance, nice outside footwork. Faking the level change to draw the hands down of his opponent. Oh, big head kick! And we spoke about it just takes one. And that was amazing kick here from Tom Hoyleman. This is the power in the heavyweight division, ladies and gentlemen, the IMMAF. It takes one, and Tom was one and done. What a great head kick from Tom Hoyleman from Germany. Did a great job of faking low and going high to draw the hands down. You saw him set that up. And he came up really high with that rear kick. Connection on the chin, even through the padding on the shin pads here in the amateur rules set. He's still able to transfer that heavyweight power to the chin and shut the lights off. Hashenko is receiving care from the medical team here in Abu Dhabi. He'll be back on his feet momentarily. What a way to finish with an emphatic head kick. Round of applause here as Artem Hashenko gets back to a seated position. What a fight to round the day off here at Cage 2. The IMMAF 2021 World Championships. Just get the medical team to attend to Hashenko before the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee calls stop the contest during the first round for your winner by knockout from Germany, Tom Hoyleman. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more contest left. Can everybody stand away from Cage 2? We have fighters making their walk and you're all in the way.
Well, we've been treated to one more fight here, I'm being told by the production team at Cage 2. Got some more heavyweight action coming your way. Stay tuned for the next fight.
First to enter the cage in the blue corner, representing RMMAU, Shamil Kuramagomedov. And please welcome his opponent in the red corner, representing New Zealand, Abraham Paku.
Let's have fun. He's gonna come one, hit him with the power.
Shamil Kuramagomedov from the RMMAU in the blue corner. His opponent, Abraham Paku from New Zealand, in the red. Heavyweight bout, 120.2 kilograms or 265 pounds. And as we saw from the previous fight here at Cage 2, it just takes one shot with the heavyweights. We saw an emphatic KO finish from Tom Hoyleman in the previous fight.
Take your time, don't rush.
Paku has a measured approach here to the striking game. He doesn't force these opportunities. He waits for them to happen. Oh, big body lock and a takedown here from Kuramagomedov. A smart play against such an elusive and powerful striker in Paku. Paku back to his feet here early on in the first round. He's going to have this explosiveness to get back to his feet. He's got to try and separate here. He can push on the face. Underhook's a king though. He needs to try and push the face, create some space and drive those underhooks in to gain some more leverage over his opponent. He's got the outside position now. If he could frame against the face here with his forearm, he could try and separate. He doesn't want to get into a grappling match necessarily with Karmagomedov.
Get this underhook back. Get this underhook back. Okay. Keep him on the cage. Keep him on the cage. He's going to try to throw there.
Oh, it's another beautiful takedown from Karmagomedov. Second he gets that body lock, he's just dragging bodies to the mat.
Turn in. Get his arm back. Let's go.
Potential Kimura attempt here. Looked like he briefly was trying to snatch up the Kimura, but he might use this to control the head and stay in the top position as Karmagomedov. Baku now is going to get one hand on the mat, get his feet underneath him and try and cage walk. He's got to try and turn towards his left side, so turn towards his opponent. He could kick off the cage as well and ensue a scramble. But it's going to be north-south choke potentially. Karmagomedov is going to look to circle round, trap the arm, connect the hands, and he'll walk his hips backwards for the choke. Baku escaping that one, using some hip bumps. Potentially because Karmagomedov could sense it wasn't as tight, he re-established a better position. Baku back to his feet.
You're too strong. Don't be late. Separate. Separate. You know to break this grip. Use your hips and pull it back. Put the hands on your hips.
Baku listening to his corner here. They want him to break the hands, use the hips, giving him some positive reinforcement as well. Brilliant sports psychology from the corner in New Zealand. They're telling him that you know how to do this, you know how to escape this, push the hands, you know, keeping him calm, keeping him being able to think. He's not flustered. Now he's tasted the takedown game of Karmagomedov. Let's see if he can make the adjustments coming into the second round.
Look, he's just playing. Don't worry about that. Just playing the card. Put the feint, get ready. Okay, take your time.
Second round here. Karmagomedov in the blue corner, Baku in the red. We saw some real excellent takedowns from Karmagomedov. Consistent in the clinch. Great body lock as well. He's got that right knee taped up. So if Baku can get a separation, he could probably target that leg, but it's risky throwing the kicks against somebody. Oh, beautiful. Again, the second he gets chest-to-chest connection, he takes people for a ride. Baku now forced to defend, and this is going to sap the energy. Early in the first round, he popped straight back up to his feet numerous times throughout the round as well. But as the gas tank gets emptied over this dominant pressure and being forced to work as well, you would think it's going to sap his ability to get back to his feet in a more explosive manner. Nice punches, left hand sneaking through here from Karmagomedov. Baku needs to get that top leg in, the left leg in between him and his opponent. Difficult with the cage behind him because he can kick off the cage to create some space, but he needs to, almost like a knee shield, just to try and create some separation so he can use that opportunity to stand up, to improve his guard position. Baku covering up now. Karmagomedov again looking for the north-south choke. just by threatening that as well, it's going to allow him to pass into a better position.
Okay, put both arms on the floor now, and Dama.
Inactivity, but that should prompt Pacu to hold on. He's just covering up. He's got intelligence to defend himself. Nurmagomedov pouring on the pressure. Here's the back exposure. This is worse for Pacu. Pacu now trying to get to his feet, but an onslaught of punches from Nurmagomedov, and the referee steps in. TKO victory here in the heavyweight division from Shamil Nurmagomedov. Pacu struggling to get to his feet. There's an onslaught of punches. Great stoppage by the referee. Again, wrestling for mixed martial arts is paramount. It's really important to be able to control your opponent and slam those punches in. Nurmagomedov, perfect example of that. Pacu will get attended to by the medical team here at IMMAF. What an excellent finish to the day. Two great finishes from the heavyweight division. Knockout in the previous fight. And this one, a great TKO, a very powerful and punishing TKO from Shamil Nurmagomedov.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Derek Quinton calls for the contest during round number 2. For your winner by TKO, in the blue corner representing our MMAU, Shamil Nurmagomedov.